up in here? What up, y'all? What up? I know it's been a long time, y'all. I was off track a little bit. They had an emergency meeting that I had to get on. I hope y'all still on here. I hope y'all with me, y'all. Let's spread, share. We're going to slow roll into this one. Of course, I'm going to drop the link because I want you all to come up and I want you all to join this live. But first, while we waiting on everybody to get in here, I got to tell y'all how much I've been missing y'all, man. I don't know. Have y'all been following me on IG? Y'all know when y'all can't find me on YouTube, you know y'all can always follow me on IG. What up, Jamel? My boy Louis Keems in the building. I have not forgotten about y'all over here on YouTube, but I just been really kind of be focused on Auntie Angie's house. Y'all know I've been working with the Kennedy campaign, also working very hard on Auntie Angie's house, y'all. It's just been a lot going, and I just had not had the time to really sit down and get on here and chop it up with y'all. But I said this morning, I'm going to take the time to get caught up with my community because we just haven't had a conversation in a long time. And I know every day these people got something going and we can find something to talk about every single day. But now that a lot of stuff has built up, a lot of stuff has happened, y'all probably hear my coffee brewing in the background. Now we got time to talk. What I want to discuss with y'all this morning, oh my God, is several things. I want to discuss with y'all this assassination attempt on President Trump. I want to talk to y'all about RFK still being in the race. Though he been railroaded, we got RFK on, I want to say, 40 states for the ballot. My understanding is that RFK will be on all 50 states by the time November gets here. And then we also need to discuss Joe Biden stepping down, being out of the race, and Kamala Harris stepping up and being in the race. Let me ask y'all a question. Does this what's happening with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? And I'm talking to those of you that are some of my staunch followers. Like y'all been with me for a minute. Y'all been following me since I ran in 2020. Can y'all tell me this? Does this remind you all of anything that we have seen before? What we are witnessing right now with this Joe Biden and whole Kamala Harris scenario? Answer the question, and I'm gonna go live because I know y'all want to see my face. So I'm gonna come on the screen in just a minute. I'm still getting it together behind the scenes here. Let me fix my wig and fix my coffee and get all that together. Let me ask y'all a question. Does this look familiar? How many of you remember, okay, in 2020? Do y'all remember in 2020 when I ran in the Fulton County election? Do y'all remember? Do you all also remember that in 2020, when I registered to run in the Fulton County election, I registered to run against John Lewis? Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember what happened? John Lewis died, right? Dead smack in the middle of our race. Y'all remember? When John Lewis died, what did they do? They hand selected the candidate that they wanted to take his place without due process. Due process of an election is we the people. We the people get to decide who it is that we want to represent us. No one in the 2020 election said, I want Nikema Williams to take John Lewis's place. No one in Fulton County had the option to duly elect Nikema Williams as my running mate. They just had no choice to go with it. You was either voting for a Democrat or a Republican. Nobody selected Nikema Williams to be my running mate. They took the voice away from the people of Fulton County. Let's continue what happened. It didn't stop there. Come on, let me know if any of y'all in the comments that witnessed this with me. Y'all been supporting me. Y'all voted for me. Or even if you didn't support me back then, you were just watching what happened. Nikema Williams was selected. John Lewis died. Let's remember this. This is how we know it's rigged. Nikema Williams was selected. After Nikema Williams was selected, what happened next, y'all? Do y'all remember? She turned down 11 different debates. She wouldn't even debate me. Not only did she not debate me, did any of y'all see her campaigning? She didn't even campaign. Okay? Next thing we know, somehow, and I don't know what happened because I wasn't in the election room when they was counting the ballots. But somebody said it was a water main break in the only room that held the ballots. Like I said, I'm so glad they don't got me pulled in their foolishness. I'm so glad my name ain't on no indictment. I'm so glad I ain't caught up in no court paper. I don't know what happened in the room that day with the water main break. But what I do know is this. I do know that somehow Nikema Williams, without due process, without being duly elected by the citizens of Fulton County, okay, without ever campaigning, without ever having one single debate, somehow Nikema Williams managed to get more votes than John Lewis ever had in the history of his career. Now, this is when I began to question the validity of what was happening. And Fanny, if you're listening, I don't want no smoke. I'm over it. Okay, like I didn't win. Y'all done moved on. Y'all, done brought charges against everybody. Please don't all I'm trying to do, all I want to do is help the women and the babies. That's it. So please, nobody come after me. We just speaking this morning. I'm just talking about what I remember. All I know is, next thing I know, somehow Nikema Williams got more votes than John Lewis ever got in the entire history of his career. And we know that John Lewis held that seat for a very, very long time, because one thing that we know about people, when they get in these seats, they die in them. And then we just have one that passed away, Sheila Jackson. Like, they don't believe in passing the torch to the younger generation. When they get hold of these seats, baby, they hold on to these seats and they die in these seats, because it's all about control. It's all about manipulation. And it's all about power, right? Because I even still to this day got people questioning me, asking me who in the hell do I think I am to run against John Lewis. Well, damn, I'd rather have somebody in there that y'all selected instead of him just dying and they giving it to anybody. Now, I'm not speaking bad against Nikema Williams this morning. I'm just telling you what happened. And I ask people from Fulton County all the time, name one thing Nikema Williams has done to better your community since she was sitting in that seat. Because see, me, I was doing things to better the community far before I ever even ran for office. I was out here doing things to better the community since 2005. It wasn't never really about a political seat with me, right? I actually got into politics because of the work that I was doing for my community. And I said, you know what? I'm already out here doing this work. I said, maybe if I get a seat, I can do so much more, right? I got into politics because of my community. I didn't get into politics because I wanted power. I wanted money. I wanted control. But let's keep on going. We just making a comparison this morning. 2020 election, ran against John Lewis. John Lewis died. There was never any due process as far as who my running mate would be. The Democrats had a party, had a private meeting with maybe about 15 or 20 people. They decided, we're going to put Nikema Williams in this seat. And that's exactly what they did, miraculously. Now, I don't know how it happened. I don't know how they put Nikema Williams in that seat without the citizens of Fulton County selecting her, voting for her. I don't know how they got Nikema Williams in that seat without Nikema Williams holding one single debate and telling the community what she was going to do for them. I don't know how they got Nikema Williams in that seat without her ever campaigning, but somehow they did it. And what I'm asking you all this morning is, do you all see the repetitive behavior from the Democrat Party? What we saw in the 2020 election with me, John Lewis, and Nikema Williams is what you are witnessing right now in the 2024 election with Trump, Kamala, and Joe Biden. Now, let's get into this. First of all, y'all not dumb, okay? Second of all, y'all know for a fact that Kamala was running in 2020. How many of y'all remember that? Do y'all know that Kamala debated Joe Biden? This is where she accused him of his racist past and brought it to the forefront. Y'all remember Kamala Harris suspended her campaign because she did not have any support. Whenever I'm wrong, somebody y'all just stop me, just shut me up. I'm looking at the comments down at the bottom. Kamala Harris ran in the 2020 election. Kamala Harris suspended her campaign because she did not have the support. All of a sudden, Kamala Harris jumps up as vice president for Joe Biden. Now, let me ask y'all a question. What has Kamala Harris, and I'm being completely open here. I'm not here to beat up anybody. I ain't picking or choosing. We're having an open conversation, and I want to see this in the comments. What has Kamala Harris done to help or benefit the Black community? And I'm asking y'all this because I want to be transparent. Because anytime I go down Kamala's timeline, all I see is reproductive rights. Anytime I see Kamala Harris on a tour, she at an HBCU telling young Black women to abort their children. Now, listen, y'all know we argue all day about reproductive rights. Y'all know where I'm at because I tell my women all the time, stop being a dummy, because nobody has to give you your right to reproduce, okay? You were born with reproductive rights. You were born with the right to reproduce. And actuality, okay, what reproductive rights do is they stop your right to reproduce. They don't give you the right to reproduce. They stop your reproduction, because that's what happens when you kill the baby. You stop your reproduction. And that's what happens when you take birth control. You stop your reproduction. So reproductive rights actually stop your reproduction. Every time I see Kamala, she is on a tour for abortion or reproductive rights. Now, this has been my argument to y'all, to our community. Even if you support, I don't care where y'all at. I'm worn down by this pro-choice, pro-life thing. Like, I'm beyond the argument now, just doing the work, right? But even if you are pro-choice, and you have that right to be pro-choice, if you are, I'm not here to beat you up. But my question to you as a community is, damn, don't y'all think we deserve more than a motherfucker telling us that they gonna give us a right to kill our children if we don't want them? Y'all don't want nothing else? Like, what else are they offering you besides a get out of jail free card for exterminating the very Black life that you've created? That is the question. Even if you support it, that's fine, right? But don't you think we deserve more? They're not running a campaign of abortion for illegal immigrants that cross the border. They getting houses, cars, $9,000 debit cards, places to stay. Then they just had the nerve to release an article the other day here in Atlanta saying that they were gonna lock up the homeless people. E. Brooks said they have abortion clinics by the HBCU. There's one by apartments at A&T State University. Where that's at, E. Brooks? Tell me where it's at. Give me the address, because I'm gonna be out there with my sign. I'm finna go protest that. And I don't care if I'm the only person standing out there. AT&T, that's North Carolina. Let's get me the address on that one, E. Brooks. I gotta go, and I'm gonna have to show up. Because see, this is my thing. We'll allow them to push abortion to our community. We'll allow them to put abortion clinics all in our community. But Greensboro, oh yeah, I used to live in Greensboro. AT&T, that's what I was thinking. Get me the address if you can get it. You say it's one by AT&T College. I'm gonna take a trip up there myself personally. I'm gonna plan it. If it was a dog abortion clinic right there, how long y'all think it'll be up before it gets shut down? I'm asking y'all a question. If I was to go set up an abortion clinic for dogs next to that abortion clinic that she say is by the HBCU, y'all tell me how long y'all think it'll be before we get shut down. And tell me y'all don't think it's sad that they value the life of a dog more than they value the life of of Black babies. Now, back to what I'm talking about on Gate City Boulevard. Bam, hold on, let me screenshot this. They going down, baby. I'm about to put, boy, they going down, baby. We got to put an APB out on them. Like, listen, they do y'all think it's an abortion clinic anywhere by Yale or Princeton? This is all I'm asking y'all, whether y'all support it or not. Why is it the only remedy for us? That's what I'm asking you to stand with me on, okay? We're not arguing no more about pro-choice or pro-life. What I'm saying is, why is it their solution to us? Oh, we can't fix the issues that's going on in the black community, so fuck it. We just gonna tell them to go kill their babies. Huh? Because the best way to get rid of a nigga is to kill him before he's born. That's like, I heard that quote somewhere. Like, I wasn't around when Margaret Sanger said it. I don't know, but it's out there. The best way to get rid of a nigga is to kill him before he's born. So instead of addressing our issues in the black community, our issues of poverty, our issues of mental health, our issues of mass incarceration, whatever issues we got, instead of us fixing our issues, the solution that they're giving us is reproductive rights, abortion. Yeah, you poor, fuck it, kill the baby. Bitch, how is that okay with y'all? Someone said there is one down the street from Yale. Well, good. What street is it on? Good. But y'all better go protest that one too. See, my thing is, when it comes to white people standing up and fighting for their babies, they gonna do that. Like, I don't know if it's anybody in the comments that ever been to a pro-life march with me. And I've said this before. I said, I'm the only little speck of pepper out there in the whole sea of salt. Them white people gonna stand up and fight for their unborn children. But for us, for some reason, when it comes to us, we done took this act like it's some form of freedom and liberation and our right from God, and this is our fight. And I don't even understand how we went from fighting to be free to fighting to execute the lives that we create. We so worried about the KKK and white people killing our children. Shit, bitch, you killing them, you won't even give them a chance. You gonna make sure you X them out before they ever get a chance to. It got the nerve to point the finger at somebody else. Now back to what I'm talking about this issue with Kamala Harris. Her whole campaign is abortion. Go look on her Twitter page right now. I'm going to switch over to the computer so we can pull it up. Every other post is reproductive rights, abortion, reproductive rights. As the vice president or the president of the United States of America, all I'm saying is, y'all don't have nothing else to offer us, nothing else to run on, other than giving me the opportunity to kill my baby. I mean, I understand you think I'm a freak and I don't know how to swallow and I don't know how to jack and I don't know how to take it on the back. Some of y'all take it to the face. I don't know. I know you think I'm a freak and don't know how to control myself, right? In a healthy manner. I know you think I'm a freak and just out here fucking and sucking and I can't control how many times I get pregnant or how many men I have sex with, and I don't know how to close my legs. I know you think I'm a freak because I don't know how to take birth control until I'm ready to get pregnant. I know you think I'm out here, I'm a smut and I'm a freak. And I could probably thank, Sexy Red and Cardi B and Suki with the good coochie and all of them for making y'all believe that. I can, because if that's the representation of who black women are today, then I can understand why you feel as though I can't keep my legs closed. And I'm not educated enough to understand, normal, healthy family planning. Right? Because every representation that you see today of a black woman, she a freak. Help me somebody, right? Help me somebody, because pregnancy prevention is really a thing, right? I'm where my sisters at? Where y'all at? Even if you pro-choice, come on in here with me. Let's talk about this for a minute. Because right now we talking about, somebody that's representing us, somebody that's being a voice for us, somebody that could very well possibly end up being the president of the United States. My question to you, and then here's another thing. I hate the idea that we got to choose Kamala just because she's black. Right? And then there's a lot of speculation out there to whether or not she's black. Okay? Because there is documented in black and white, right? .gov, you can go there, of her being registered as the first Indian senator, right? Or the Asian vice president. She never really identified as black until she ran with Joe Biden and we had all of these race relation things, right? So, whether she black, all of that's questionable, right? But here's the thing. Let's get past that. Even if she is black, the idea that you all are selling me, right? Like we gotta stay united. It's us against them. Oh, we gotta choose her just cause she black. We gotta get the first black woman in office. The last time y'all put a black person in presidential office, all our kids all of a sudden don't know whether they male or female. I can't support us voting for somebody just cause they black, right? Because I'm going through a trial right now of a nigga that I said nigga, I'm sorry to everybody. God's still working on me. Y'all got to take it as it is. I said it. But it's like, we got black people and we got niggas and y'all got white people and y'all got white trash, trailer park pad. You know how this shit go. But listen, I'm going through a trial right now of a nigga that murdered my children's father. He looked just like me. Like, I know we supposed to be all on this unity and we got to choose her because she black and all of this. Like, but I am totally against the idea of choosing somebody just because they're black. Obama went in office and it's been hell ever since. I don't know if y'all want to talk about it. We chose him. Let's be honest. We chose Obama because he was black. Tell the truth. We went for this. We've been through this already one time before. Let's just be 100. I know I did. I'm sitting down there crying like a baby because all I'm thinking about is I want to see the first black man in office. I couldn't tell you what an Obama policy was, just as ignorant, didn't research it, didn't look it up, didn't give a damn. All I seen was a man in a suit and what supposed to been his wife and children. Now, everything is questionable at this point. I don't want nobody getting mad at me. Don't forget who you talking to. It's still me. Okay, I thank God for the elevation and everything that He's done in my life, but it's still me. I'm always keep it a buck. Everything is questionable at this point. And don't tell me everything ain't questionable because I know I went on the show Dr. Phil and I had a white man who's supposed to be this renowned doctor from all around the world and everybody loves him and one of the top voices in America try to convince me that I gave birth to a female when I know damn well I gave birth to a male. So all of this shit is questionable at this point. Don't tell me we can't question. We most certainly, I don't know what these people got going on. I'm just telling you what it is. We have totally gone 100% away from common sense. What are you supporting? Like, you tell me I gotta vote for Kamala just because she black. What is Kamala representing? I need y'all to put this in the comments right now. We got 270 people watching this. I need y'all to share this. We back. Let's get into this. We need to talk about this for a minute. Put it in the comments. I don't even want to hear nothing else about race. I want y'all to tell me right now in the comments if we collectively, if we vote for Kamala Harris, what are we voting for? What do we get for that? I'm listening. A vote for Kamala Harris gives us what? I mean, y'all real dry in the comments. Y'all real dry in the comments. Because what our issue is, we want to vote for her because she colored, she look like us. We hate white people so much, or let y'all tell it, or we so against them because they so against us. Are we really even think like the white people that I know? And I'm gonna be honest, when it come to Republicans, I met a lot of great people. I met a lot of bad people too. But it's good and bad and everything. And it is some racism in the Republican side, but it's some racism in the Democrat side too. But if we talking about policy, if we talking about policy, even if we do believe, let's say the majority of the Republican Party is racist, right? Right? And I can deal with a racist. I can. I can know that you don't like me and not give a damn. Right? We done dealt with this in our communities. Like, it's just a different color of skin. Black people hate you too. Black people kill you. Black people are blackball you. They'll shut you out. They'll cancel you. They just like them. It's just, hey, it's just a word. Okay. So, my question is, it's something that I can deal with. Like I can understand, okay, you don't like me. I don't like you. This how you feel about me. This how I feel about you. Okay, but we still gotta live right in this space together, right? Like what works best, right? What works best for you and your kids? Because 9 times out of 10, if you're a sensible person, if you get money, if you got money, if you have a business here, right? If your children attend school here, right? Like if you just have a mutual interest, right? In America and being an American citizen, right? Then you can see where you can agree on policy, right? You ain't got to like me and I ain't got to like you for us both to know that closing the border gonna benefit us both, right? We can fight all damn day. I don't give a damn if you want to live around a bunch of white people and I want to live around a bunch of black people, right? The bottom line is we can agree that closing the border gonna be best for your community and mine, right? Okay, bam. We talking about policy. When it comes to, these white Republicans and, us as a black community, they might not like us, we might not like them. But we can agree that we don't want our children being taught about 72 different genders and 1,000 different sexual preferences, right? That like we can agree. And when we understand that we can agree on policy, then that's what will bring us to the middle. The only thing that's representing us in the middle right now is Robert F. Kennedy. We can get into all of that later because we're talking about Trump right now. We're going to talk about Kamala and we're going to talk about Robert F. Kennedy. I've asked y'all in the comments, what are we getting when we vote for Kamala Harris? Because I don't want y'all to just listen to me. I want to listen to y'all too. I want to listen to y'all too. What are we getting? How does abortion benefit us? Let's be for real. Y'all know the reason why promiscuity is at an all-time high. Y'all know the reason why they's using these degenerates right now, right? To steer your children away, right? From what's healthy, from common sense. Is because what? Abortion benefit them, it don't benefit us. Abortion benefits a white racist community more than it would benefit you. Because you doing the dirty work for them. They ain't gotta kill you if you kill your baby. They ain't gotta. I mean, like they don't have to put on hoods and come in and snatch you out the house and hang you from a tree. All they gotta do is give you funding and say, "Hey, we're gonna give you a free ride to the abortion clinic." They gonna get rid of the problem before it even exists. That's how smart they are. And we sitting up here walking around thinking it's some form of liberation. Like Big Mama them was having 10 kids. You don't see that no more. You don't see that no more. 1 and 2 kids now, trying to keep us a minority, blocking your blessing. Abortion is not a gift. We sitting up here donating these babies to science. y'all act like y'all know, but then y'all act like y'all dumb at the same time. That's what I don't get. We all know and understand every plot they've ever had that contributes to any type of medical apartheid, depopulation, experiments, anything. It's always been on the black community. When did that change? Let's keep going. Unfortunately, nobody in the comments can come up with any reason why we should vote for Kamala. Okay? Other than the fact that she's black. Because that's what these influencers and that's what the Democrat Party and that's what everybody is getting ready to tell us, that we got to vote for her because she looks like us. What happened the last time we voted for somebody that looks like us? And I'm gonna tell you something. Now that you know what I'm saying, I'm no longer married. You know what I'm saying, and I'm out here and I'm talking to people. I never realized how much of a turnoff it was for me when I meet a man that talking about he a Obama supporter. Like my stomach just turned. Like, and I know we not supposed to judge people and all of that, but and maybe I feel about Obama the way some people feel about Trump. You know, it might be a little more personal for me. I don't know. But when I go look up, when I do my research, because thank God he gives us all the capability to do our own research, right? Like if you supported Obama because he was black and you understood, that's cool. But if you still talking about you support Obama after we know what we know and want to sit in my face and argue me down, like there's no way. You want to stand on business for Obama, and I'm showing you, I'm telling you, look at this. Like my biggest issue is the children because the children are the future. And I see how there's this big push to change the mindset of our youth. And the reason why these people are going so hard to change the mindset of our youth is because they know that those of us that are older and have lived before and have good sense and good common sense and know how things go, they know that we're firm in our belief, that we're firm in our common sense. But when it comes to a child, you know, you can tell a child anything and they'll believe it. You can tell a child, hey, jump off the top of the steps, you're going to turn into Batman. You're going to be able to fly. The mind of a child is so gullible that the child will actually believe that, right? And when we have a party that is pushing an agenda as dangerous as gender ideology to our youth, I ain't even talking about teaching this to teenagers or high schoolers. I'm talking about y'all, they got this stuff in elementary school, right? In elementary school. So when we see that there is such a push for something as dangerous as gender ideology, and it's coming behind one particular party, and one particular party is standing to fight it, we understand that the people that we put in office are people that represent us. Who are you standing behind that's not protecting these children? Like I'm not saying I'm against even the thought of it or whatever, but there's a time and a place for everything, right? Like even us people that, you know, are straight, you know, heterosexuals or whatever, when it comes to teaching our children about sex education or whatever, ain't nobody teaching no damn 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 year old about, you know, no dick and pussy. Now maybe you teaching them about, you know, your private and how to don't let nobody touch you, you know what I'm saying? You know, wash yourself when you go to the bathroom, but we're not having, you know, those type of conversations, the things that we are seeing happening and taking place right now in our education. So the fact that there are so many black people willing to overlook, and we have, and I'm gonna tell you something, it's deep rooted with us. Let's get into this morning, okay? One of the reasons why it don't bother you, because you've been conditioned to make it not bother you. Because there is a long, long history in the black family. Let's just be honest here for a minute, okay? If we're not covering up incest, because that's basically what it is. Family sexual abuse, Uncle Charlie them, granddaddy them, not even, some of them cousins when they sent you to grandma's house, but not even them, right? Like the church. Y'all even covered it up in the church. Like you've been sweeping things up under the rug for so long and being silent for so long. You've allowed it to happen in the family for the sake of what? The family bond. Like y'all doing the same thing with being loyal to this Democrat mess. Now I ain't saying you gotta be Republican. Cause I did that, and you know that. You ain't gotta be a Republican. I ain't telling you not to be a Republican, but if you don't want to be a Republican, there is a space for us as the independent space. Because I don't agree with everything Republicans do either. As far as I'm concerned, is what somebody was telling me in the very beginning, is two wings on the same bird. Like we as a people, we really do need to become independent. And when we're in the independent space collectively, we can make a decision as far as what's right for us instead of having these bonds, this blind submission to a Democrat party. But Vicky, RFK is not focusing on no damn abortion and no trans rights. Now I'm gonna be that ain't no focus. I mean, we address it, but that ain't no focus. See, you have to address those issues because they're real issues in America. But for it to be a focus of a whole campaign, like you tell them, that's the same thing what I'm saying about Kamala Harris. Like, how is it that your whole campaign is on abortion? Like, women need more than that. They need more than just the right to kill their baby. Like, damn. Y'all can't think of nothing else women need? I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. But we need to be in a space independently where we can vote for whoever we want that have our best interest in policy at that time. Being loyal to a party is what's harming us, right? Because we can say, okay, we ain't gonna vote for Trump because he white, or we ain't gonna vote for Kennedy because we don't like the sound of his voice, right? Or we gonna vote for Kamala because she black. Okay, if those your reasons for voting, how do that impact what happens to our community? Because none of those things matter when it comes to policy. We're voting people over policy. People over policy. Being in the independence and being in the independent space allow us to come into a place where we're not hating each other, where we can sit down at the table and have these conversations, where they ain't somewhere hating on me because I want to save babies. Like, if that ain't the dumbest shit we done ever heard in life, let's be for real. Let's just be for real. You pro-choice or whatever, they Democrat or whatever, what? You really gonna be mad at Auntie Angie? Come on now. Come on now. Like, how you get here? Because somebody probably had to help your mama. Your mama probably wanted to X you out, and it was grandmama or auntie or somebody them, or even the daddy telling you, "No, don't do that. I got you. We gonna be all right." Now, how you really gonna be mad at Auntie Angie at the end of the day, right? So being in the independent space allows us to say, okay, we with her. Like, yeah, we do need to help women and children, but we still believe we pro-choice. But that causes us to come to the table now with us having this different set of beliefs, which we're allowed to have because this is America. And unfortunately, for all of my Christians, and they've been mad at me for saying this, and I love God and I have a relationship with God and all that, but I'm a realist and I'm just gonna tell you like it is, right? Because what people don't understand about me is when they try to hit me with religion is that I grew up in the church. Like, my mother was a preacher and a prophet. Like, I grew up in church. I know the Bible. I've read the Bible. I have a relationship with God. Like, I cannot be controlled or manipulated by religion. Right. But this is what I want to tell all the Christians, and when we be split over these different policies. Like, when it comes to that issue of abortion, regardless of what we believe, like, tell God to stop abortion, because that's what I've been doing. Right. That's what I've been doing. That's all I can do. All I can do. And because I'm tired of the argument. Like, you can argue that shit all day long. And you all have done a wonderful job. And I've helped you with that. But where I'm at now, after being in 20 years of the argument, is really just providing a solution and doing the work. The babies that's gonna come. Those are the ones that need the help. If my job, if a young woman is to come to me and ask me what should she do, I'm just not gonna be the one to say have an abortion. That's all. That's just not gonna be me. That's just the bottom line. Speaking of that, y'all, I need y'all to go to Auntie Angie's house. Let's break for a minute. AuntieAngie'sHouse.com. Somebody put it in the comments. We have been blessed with a 4-unit complex. Okay, so we have gone. Y'all remember they was chumping us off for our little 2-bedroom, 1-bath home where we have actually been able to help. I want to say 13 women from that one location and they babies, not only the community, right? Shout out to that. We have now been blessed with a 4-unit complex, y'all. Shout out to AuntieAngie'sHouse.com. And we got to do some renovations down there. We getting ready to move the girls down there by the end of this month. And we need to renovate this kitchen. Okay. We need to get like some kitchen cabinets. We got to get a new stove to put in there. We just need to renovate the kitchen. So we asking for support. So I need y'all to go to AuntieAngie'sHouse.com. Okay. AuntieAngie'sHouse.com. Somebody put it up on the screen. Y'all help us out. Or if you want to, you can also donate to Ash Show, but you need to put in the subject line that is for Auntie Angie's, okay? And we'll transfer that money over and we'll put it into the account so we can make sure we get this kitchen renovated. If you guys have not seen the latest work that we've been doing, head over to Auntie Angie's house on IG and you all can see the new place that we have. You can see some pictures of the work that we've been doing, but we have continued to do the work. And at the end of the day, I'll sit here and have these conversations with y'all about politics. But if you want to do the work in your community, you got to do the work in your community. Because what I realize is this. When this elect, just like King Randall said it best, if you ain't following my godson, King Randall, you need to go follow him. That boy just walked from Albany all the way to Atlanta to raise money for his school. Shout out to him. But like he said, in the words of King Randall, it don't matter who get elected in November, whether it's RFK, whether it's Trump, whether it's Kamala Harris, our community still gonna look the same. Ain't that the truth? Hello, somebody. And I can tell you that. I can stand on business and tell you that because I've been out here doing the work on the community and I've been on both sides. And I guess they just don't like the things that come out my mouth. So, hey, and my mama told me a long time ago, she said, boy, your mouth. She used to tell me all the time. Your mouth gonna get you in a world of trouble. Your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. And she used to pray for me in this old mouth. But guess what? God gave me this mouth. And in this season, if God gave me this mouth to wake the lions, and that's what I'm doing. Because I can't deal with the sheep at this point because there's too many of them. So we got to wake the lions. But anyway, Auntie Angie's house. Thank you to everybody that have supported us, to everybody that continue to support us. We get a lot of donations, like $10 here, $5 here, but they reoccurring donations. We appreciate that because all of that helps and that keep us going. So, y'all, we started this together. We're going to end this together. So we moving on up. Things take time. It don't happen overnight. But shout out to all of you that's been standing with us on Auntie Angie's house. We love y'all. Thanks for the support. Let's get back to what we're talking about. Being in the independent space and allowing us to come in this space where we can sit down at the table, figure out what's best for our community, right? And move forward. The reason why it is important for us to be involved with policy, regardless of whether or not they get behind us, because we know if we want the work done, we got to do it, is because these policies end up impacting our community, right? These policies, once they pass, be the reason why John coming home talking about his name Jill. And if you tell him that his name ain't Jill, his name John, and he go back to school and tell the people at the school that my mama and my daddy said that my name can't be Jill, then they come send defects to your house, and then all of a sudden he in danger because you won't let John be Jill, and then they taking John out of your house to turn John into Jill, and the other siblings got to go too because you an endangerment to your own child. That's how serious some of these laws are. But let's move on. Let's talk about, y'all couldn't find no reason to vote for Kamala. Let's talk about Trump. Lord have mercy, y'all. Done tried to kill my dog, man. Listen, that thing, I don't know. Y'all know, I just pay attention to everything that be happening. I'm like, first of all, I'm already dealing with the trial that I'm dealing with, which is personal. You know what I'm saying? For the guy or the guys or whatever happened, because I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But sitting through the trial just, allows you to hear everything, see everything. It's just crazy. It's like almost like you there. So in the process of dealing with that, I'm sitting here looking at this assassination attempt on President Trump, right? And the media is dangerous. The media is dangerous. I'm sitting here looking at this assassination attempt on President Trump, and I'm thinking, like, for one, thanking God, because somehow God always moved me out the way, man, if y'all been paying attention. Boy, somehow God always moved me on out the way. It don't matter if it's January 6th. It don't matter if it's the election fraud stuff they had going on, man. It don't matter if it's a Trump rally. Listen, man, somehow even the hurricane situation, like I was right there. I'm like, what? This some weird shit. It's weird out here. So listen, I'm looking at this assassination Trump attempt on President Trump. And the first thing I'm thinking, for one, is how my godmom could have been right there, because she usually standing on stage right with him. Shout out to Alvita, that's my baby. I love her. Second thing I'm looking at is how I probably could have, not probably, I would have been like right there somewhere on the front row. And there is a man that died and lost his life. And there is video of this man being carried out from this Trump rally. Not only am I seeing this, I'm also thinking about the fact that, okay, they really just tried to murder this man. Not only did they try to murder this man, they tried to murder this man on national TV for the world to watch it. Sending a message. They wanted all of us to see it. They wanted all of us to be traumatized. This is how you control. They use fear as a control tactic. Okay? So after that, I'm looking at the media and I'm like, they just had an assassination attempt on a former president and a presidential candidate running for office, and nobody talking about it. Nobody got nothing to say. Then I go on Twitter and I see Dr. Simone Gold. Dr. Simone Gold put up a tweet. She was in, I want to say, Times Hall, or she was somewhere, and not one TV was playing anything about the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. I saw that, and then the next thing I'm thinking is, wait a minute, hold on now. Political parties and all of that stuff, it don't matter no more. Cause see, now this gone over into something else, because if you know, you know what I'm saying? And if you have any bit of spirituality, and spirituality is all about a being and a person, because everybody know that every person is made up of a mind, body, and a soul. Right? And when you made up of a mind, body, and a soul, then what is the soul? The soul is the spirit, right? So there is, some spirituality, regardless of what your religion is, right? But you also know the difference between right and wrong, right? Regardless of what, your spirituality is, that killing a baby, is wrong for whatever reasons. Okay. Regardless of your spirituality, or whatever your political beliefs, or whatever your, religion is, you know that sexually transitioning a child is wrong, right? You know that, right? You know that. Those things aren't political. Those things aren't based on religion. Those things aren't based on culture. Those things are just based on just common sense, human decency. These are some of the things that you know. So when things like that get on the ballot, then you understand that this ain't about politics. Boy, we are in a spiritual war. And you got you pick a side. And it don't matter where you at on the battlefield, right? So let's just say they got three teams and we in this spiritual war, whatever. It's three different, things of people. You got the red team, Republicans, you got the blue team, Democrats, you got the purple team, independents. Inside of all three of these teams, you got good and bad. It don't matter what color scarf you got on, right? We just in this is a spiritual war right now. Like, put the scarf down for a minute and pick a side when it comes to just basic common sense, human decency, what we know to be true. That's what we talking about when we say pick a side. That's what we talking about. And then not only, and that's where I'm at. And that's where I'm at. Listen, that's where I'm at. I don't care. You can be Republican, you could be Democrat, you could be independent. It don't matter where you at. You know it's wrong to sexually transition children. You could be Republican, you could be Democrat, you could be independent. It don't matter where you at. You know it's wrong to abort babies up until the day of birth. Because at the end of the day, when they vote, right? It's all bipartisan. Like, why y'all sitting up here at war and everything is bipartisan anyway? It takes Republicans and Democrats and whoever else to vote to get laws passed. Unity is what we need in this season. I don't see Kamala Harris and them calling for unity. I don't see Trump and them calling for unity either. Listen, let me tell y'all something too. When you go to talk, y'all better be glad. Y'all better be glad. Man, listen, y'all better be glad that man ain't dead. Boy, y'all think BLM toe ups. I keep trying to tell people, like, y'all think it's a game out here. It is not no game out here. It really is not no game out here. People keep comparing Trump supporters to being violent. They had an assassination attempt on Trump, and ain't nothing got burned down. A Capitol ain't got stormed. The White House, they ain't hopped the gate, and y'all talking about, man, listen, I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. This is weird. This is weird. And yes, the attempt did happen. And I don't know what's going on with that. And like I said again, this is I don't know what, all is alleged. This is just my theory. Please, CIA, nobody, please don't come after me. I'm just a little black girl from the hood. All I do is sit around and write books all day. And when I go to California, I might have an edible or two. But other than that, I ain't bothering nobody. I'm just out here saving these babies. And that's all I do. So please don't come after me. But what I think, if y'all want to know what I think, just because I don't roll with Trump before and I know how the Secret Service and all that stuff and how they roll, what I think this is just what I don't know shit because I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't know nothing. But what I think is, I do think that it was an inside job. That's what I think. That's what I think. Because I'm like, how in the world you get up on the roof and they got a sniper on the roof? And from reports on Twitter, they say that the guy for the Secret Service, he had the sniper in his view and was told to stand down by his boss, which allowed the guy to get off 8 shots. Now, listen, I don't know, but if I'm just, hey, that's just, listen. Then all of a sudden, they want to offer RFK My boy, Secret Service. Now, y'all know we've been campaigning all of this time now. We've been campaigning all of this time. No Secret Service, no none of that. Y'all know that, right? And now all of a sudden, they want to offer RFK Secret Service after they done had an attempt on And do y'all think they gonna let that go? Do y'all think they not? First of all, y'all tried to kill him and he survived, for one. Okay, that that's God, because that little picture that we had going around when we was praying over President Trump and everybody was laughing and calling us coons. Baby, prayer work, baby. You ought to try it sometime. Yeah, Teflon Don in the building. Yeah, how about that? Anyway, let's keep on going. Do y'all think that they're finna let that go? Boy, if you think they finna let go of the fact that y'all tried to kill Trump in front of everybody, blow his brain, boy, did you see how he got up? Because at the end of the day, don't get it twisted. Me working for RFK actually has nothing to do with President Donald Trump himself. Now, his campaign, the people that run his campaign, that's some more shit. But Trump is my dog. Hear me out. Did you see how he got up? He said, man, hold on, let me get my shoes. Boy, they knocked my boy out his shoes. Got up with blood on his... Listen, don't play with him. Don't play with him. Don't play with him. Scarface could never. Don't play with him. That's my dog. That's my dog. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Love him. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Boy, you ain't never met. Okay. Okay. Let's keep it going. They try to kill my dog. Next thing you know, they want to get my boy Secret Service. Now, RFK so hard. Now, do y'all know the factual history about the Secret Service is Secret Service was created and granted ever since President Kennedy was killed, okay? After Kennedy was killed, that's when the Secret Service came into place. So the fact that you even had a Kennedy running for president and he was denied Secret Service several times, okay, tells you what? And guess what? At the end of the day, God always know what he doing, okay? God, let me tell you why God always know what he doing. God always know what he doing because maybe if RFK had Secret Service, somebody would have tried to shoot him and the Secret Service would have told them to stand down. And guess what? God always know what he doing. So all of a sudden, after Trump has an assassination attempt, now these people want to give RFK Secret Service. It's cool. I know we getting ready to cross paths. I don't want no smoke, none of that. I don't know what y'all got going on, but if y'all try some of that stuff that happened with Trump, just let me know. Can somebody give me a heads up? So I don't want to be there. Like, I don't know what y'all got going on at this point. I don't trust nothing. I don't trust nothing. Now all of a sudden, RFK has Secret Service, and that's my dog too. I love me some RFK. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Like, people be asking me, oh, you gotta choose. Oh, you gotta choose. You can't support Trump. You can't support RFK. Man, yes, I can, dog. Yes, I can. It's like having two of your friends in a race against each other. What the hell? However, when it comes to RFK is much more humble. Now, I expect Trump to be another person since this assassination attempt on his life. He looked different because he used to be a very, very arrogant person, and that's just him, but that's still my dog. It's just a personality. However, when it comes to RFK, one thing I love about RFK, man, and I got to keep it 100, RFK don't have no problem sitting down to the table, talking to you on the phone, hearing your ideas, implementing what it is that you tell him into making things better for your community. Like, I've never seen someone more dedicated to wanting to help or even have an interest in our community. And shout out to both them. But when I look at RFK's history and just him as a person, right? That is the person that if I had to say who we need to get behind, because it's not a beef when it comes to RFK as far as a party, right? You can't jump in there and say, oh, I don't like RFK because he's a Republican. One of the smartest things RFK did was went independent and said, heal the divide, because we need to come together. That's one of the things that I support. And One of y'all need to talk to Trump too, man. Like, that's my dog. But listen, this total immunity for the police, I can't go for that. I can't go for that. Like, and then it's a story going around about this girl. What's her name, y'all? Sonya. Attorney Crump had it somewhere. Y'all know they hating on me because we've been on for an hour. We can't get over 300 views. Now, I don't know why YouTube be hating. They always be hating. Anyway, so listen. There's this story going around about this girl named Sonya called the police to her house. Okay? When she called the police to her house, they came. She had her hands up. She begged them not to shoot her. They still killed her. Where, how is Black Lives Matter all of a sudden not even operating when Biden is in office? Jalen Walker got shot 82 times by the police. Where is Black Lives Matter at now that Biden ain't in office? Y'all, what happened? I'm asking y'all. Yes, we do. We take women's clothing donations at Auntie Angie's house. You can go do everything through the website. You can send us an email if you want to make a donation. Because we have a community closet. The new location will, and you guys can go see it if you go to auntieangieshouse.com. And we did get one cash app from somebody. So thank you so much. If you guys are wanting to donate to help us rebuild the kitchen, which we got to have done by next Friday. You can go to auntie.angieshouse.com, or you can donate to Ash Show, Cash App, Ash Show, ASK, Show, HOW. But make sure you put in the comment Auntie Angie's house. We're gonna have a daycare center down there. There'll be a playground, a community closet where other women and can come from in the community to get like Pampers and clothing for themselves or the babies, milk, stuff like that. We'll have an organic produce store there, and we'll also have a farm. So you guys can head over to auntieangieshouse.com to get more information on that. But let me make sure we covered all our topics because I got to get ready to go to work. We have discussed, but hold on. Let me drop the link because I ain't talked to y'all in a minute. I want to hear what y'all got to say. Hold on. Let me get the link. Hold on. Let me find it. Let me find it because I ain't been on here in a minute. Here we go. Here we go. This is what we finna do. I'm getting ready to put it in the comments. Come on up if you want to, y'all. Let's chop it up for a minute. I ain't been on here for a minute. And let me go ahead and put the information up in the box, y'all. Let's raise some money for Auntie Angie's house, too. I'm going to put y'all on mute for 1 minute. I just dropped the link. Hold up. How can we pin it? How can we pin it? I know how to start, but I don't know how to pin it. But there's the link right there. Let's talk about it for a minute. You know, and I've said before, I love Nicole Shanahan. If you all aren't following her, she is the VP that's running with RFK. You know, she said something that made a whole lot of sense. She said the Democrats, she said the issue is the reason why it's not a due process because the Democrats have $240 million worth of funding, right? For the Biden Harris campaign. If for whatever reason Kamala doesn't run, they have to give that money back, all but $5 million. And so they're in a position where she has to run. But what it does is it gets around due process, and we, the people, are not allowed to say who the Democrat nominee could have been. Because remember, they railroaded RFK when he ran as the Democrat nominee. It was another guy that they railroaded that ran as a Democrat nominee. So they took away the choice from the people. Same thing happened in the 2020 election here with me, Nakima Williams, and John Lewis. Y'all don't think that these people already knew John Lewis was sick? He didn't just die all of a sudden. That's not how that happened. All you have to do is use your brain. Let's see who we got in the background. Oh, Matthew. Come on, Matthew. Let's go here. Matthew support Kamala Harris. Let's go. Hold on. See how we can get you in here. Okay, I'm clicking on it. Come on up. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Why I won't pull you up? Somebody said, "Why did I stop being supportive of Trump?" I still support him. I don't campaign for him. I don't work for him. I mean, that ain't my job. I support Kennedy as well, but I also work for Kennedy, and that's my job. So, I mean, I guess that's a fair question. Anybody else got a question? Somebody said they also did the same thing to Bernie in 2016. If you got a question, give it to me. I'm listening. I heard that. Yep. And they've been doing this. Yes, people can volunteer their services to help them rebuild the kitchen. The new location is in Albany, Georgia. We plan on actually going down this weekend. So I will put a post up on YouTube. I'll also have a post up on Auntie Angie's house. It'll be everywhere. And if you guys want to come down to help us out, you can. We'll give you the address. That'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. You can also send us an email. Hello. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Angela. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. It's so great to hear you doing a live again.
Yes. How you been? It's been so much going on. Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Yes. So I just wanted to say this. I really don't appreciate how the Democrats really gaslighted us in the beginning. And I remember I was listening to the Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne had on Angela Rye, and it was another young lady that was with her, and callers were calling in, and they were saying, Biden, something is going on with him cognitively, and they were saying, oh, well, that's a Fox News talking point. Now all of a sudden, after he goes on, what was he on CNN, or when he had his what was it that he just had, where he was talking to the nation, and now everybody sees, okay, he does have he's in cognitive decline or whatever kind of issues that he has. We've known this since before the primaries, and the primaries was the time for us to get somebody else voted in, but instead we were gaslit, and that is a huge problem. And they're talking about democracy and democracy, and us fighting for democracy, but I just don't understand how they could do something like that to us. And they made it a point to say, no, we're not having a primary. We're not having a primary, when we had candidates like RFK that could have taken over.
I totally agree. And I've said time and time again, like this reminds me of the 2020 election that I ran in Fulton County against John Lewis. John Lewis passed away, and Nakima was just their hand selected candidate, and people did not get due process. They were not allowed to vote her in as the candidate of their choice. It was just like Republican against Democrat. She never had the debate, she never even had the campaign. This is the same thing that we've seen. Kamala isn't even going to debate Donald Trump, who would have been her opponent, right? Like, how does all of this work? And the people don't get a choice. And at the end of the day, not only are we robbed of RFK, not only are we robbed of due process, what is it can we say honestly as a people? Because they're going to tell us vote for her just because she's black. We're getting ready to hear a slew of influencers and everybody come out. She went to a HBCU. We're supposed to vote her just because she's black. But what benefit comes outside of that?
And absolutely nothing, and it's not a strong enough argument to say vote for her because she's black. I'm sick of seeing her every time I turn on the TV. She's at another HBCU promoting abortion. Now I don't know if she goes to the white colleges promoting abortion. I don't know that if she do, they don't televise that, but I'm sick of seeing her promote abortion on the Black community. And another issue that I have is, why can't we, as women, Black women, why can't we take responsibility for the decisions that we make? We just seen in Texas how they're talking about the STD rate is rampant down there. And this is really in all Black communities where we're seeing the STD rates getting out of hand. And that is because we're not utilizing the proper measures that we actually have. There's so much we can do on a personal level. When are we going to start taking accountability and responsibility? I just don't think abortion is the correct is should be the first line of defense. What about the condoms? You have male condoms, women condoms, you have the IUD, you have birth control pills. I mean, it's so many different options that you can use. Why not pick one or two or even three? Why does it have to go straight to just abortion? And I'm not saying that abortion should never be on the table. However, I just don't think that abortion is right for the first line of defense.
Well, not only just the first line of defense, like I've said, I'm so done with the argument of pro life and pro choice. I'm more so on, is that all they have to offer?
Right.
Like, as the president of the United States or the vice president of the United States, I can see so many other things that could benefit women as a whole, even if we just don't, target our community, although they know that we are. Like, what else do you have to offer? Don't tell me that women's rights is the only thing on the table when my common sense, if I use it, tells me that you have to be born to be a woman, right? Like, the
Correct.
whole fact that you're selling me women's rights, and women's rights is all about having a right to execute the women of tomorrow, doesn't even make sense to me, right? And I don't even want my daughter to have that mindset, right? Like, say one of my oldest daughter did attend a HBCU. Even as the vice president, if you went to the HBCU as a met with the message, right? You're giving my daughter a message that I don't even give her. Because what I would tell my children is, if you find yourself in a situation, let me know. I got you. Send me the baby, right?
Right.
I'll
Absolutely.
keep the baby, right? And when you get on your feet, like, you're giving my child a message that I don't even condone. Do we really support it? We understand, issues of rape and incest and all of that, we do. But like you said, is it the front line of defense? Is that, like, nobody is going around, like you said, it's just not the front line of defense. There are so many things that we could be advocating or fighting for. Why is abortion the only thing that they have to offer? D, welcome to the stage.
How you doing? This rep you check.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? Long time no hear.
I know, right? Let's kick it. What's going on? Everybody, help us rebuild our kitchen down at Auntie Angie's house. I'm gonna put up a picture while he talking, y'all, so y'all can see our new location. We got a 4-unit complex. Shout out to everybody that supported us. Let's go.
Yeah, I just think we're a little bit too late for the hole that we are in this country. I think it's going to take the people to get us out of this hole. Reason being because we're owned by corporations, right? Uh, Politicians are paid off. I think the Trump assassination was very real because the past 4 years I did some research on Trump, and a lot of stuff has been putting out prior to being assassinated or out of the White House. The man was really putting out some real truth about, the deep states and all of these different shadow governments and stuff that I had already been knowing about. So that's what made me kind of, he piqued my interest. But to be honest with you, man, a cat would do better in office than what Joe Biden and them has been doing. I don't even think he's been running this country for, since he's been there. There's no way this guy's been running this country. This guy don't even know if he's coming or going, you know? And I think they rigged the election in 2020. I really, really do believe that they rigged that election for him. There's no way 80 some million people voted for this man, and he couldn't even fill up a high school stadium at rallies. So a lot of stuff, I don't. I'm like you. I don't believe, but we're definitely the people definitely got to change this around because this is too out of hand. Everything they brought in, all of these. I don't want to get your page hit, but they brought in all of these middle-aged men that's ready for to do battle. I would say that, and these are not guys that's looking for opportunities and all this. Man, it's a lot of stuff going on in this country that's uh we should be aware of and we should be fighting, like the kids being kidnapped and all of those things. There's a lot of things we as people we shouldn't allow as in this country. We shouldn't allow the corporations to take over and dictate the prices. They price gouging on the rent, food, everything is out of whack now. And their whole thing is to break us, basically, break the people. That's been Biden. Them people can say what they want to say. Ever since Biden them got in office, this country it's just been weird, just a weird vibe, weird feeling. Everything is out of whack. Even with Kamala Harris, you never seen this woman with Biden. That was very strange to me. It's like they kept her away from him for a reason. Now we see why because they was already distancing her from him. So they already knew they was gonna sit him down, and then they were going to promote and push her. This stuff they've been doing this since 2020, 21. They knew they was going to be out of office. And hear me out on this, Angie. God forbid, Trump will get back in office. That the thing that I'm concerned about is how are they going to start using like they did prior to 2020, how they started doing these these rallies and different things, the causing chaos. That's the stuff that I'm concerned about, to be honest with you, because I don't see nobody beating the man right now. He got the people behind him now. And that's where they screwed up at. See, they tried to make a mockery out of him by getting a mug shot of him and all this, but it backfired on him. Now the people are behind this man. Then assassinated attempt on him, and the people he got the people even more people. So I think the plan that they had is backfired on them, and they don't have a leg to stand on right now. I could be wrong, but I think he just got the people behind them right now to the point to where they screwed up big time. I don't think they could put a candidate right now, Newsom, anybody. They're not beating Trump. Just my humble opinion. And also, I want to piggyback off of what the lady said about the STD rate of Texas, because we've been hearing this a lot, and this coming from a native Houstonian. People got to start connecting the dots, right? Houston is getting hit with a lot of people coming from different places, right? We're getting people from, of course, Louisiana, California, Atlanta, different places. So blacks got to ask themselves, why every time a influx of black people move to a certain place, STDs and all this stuff follow 'em? Could this be due to the vaccination that people got? Could it be that? Because we never Houston never dealt with high STD rate. Now, granted, it's an area on the southeast side, predominantly black. It's called Sunnyside, which had an outbreak, right, years ago. But this is one particular area. Now they're saying it's impossible. People got to use their brain, right? This is just my humble opinion. They're that's behind people getting these jab Judas and different stuff because we never dealt with this. We never dealt with this stuff. Now, it was Atlanta, the STD. Mind you, Atlanta was what predominantly black. Now Houston, because we getting a lot of people coming here predominantly black. So people got to use their brain on it. Like these people are poisoning us. My humble opinion. Not trying to get the channel. I think not even think. I'm almost for certain these people are pausing up. People need to look at the France back in the 90s. They infected the kids and women with AIDS and HIV in the hospitals. Right here in, I think that was Oregon or Washington State. You can look it up. In the hospital, they was infecting people with HIV and AIDS in the hospital. There are so many cases around the country that people have no idea about it. So they want to. I'm just clearing up. Hey, Everything in Houston not like that. So from a black, this is coming from the black sector. That's all we've been hearing. Oh, they got this and that. People that came out and said that a lot of that stuff was fake. This coming from the officials here. So I just want to clarify that because black people, we always get this bad stigma about stuff, but we don't even understand that we are at where we are at war. Like these people are literally poisoning us. If they're poisoning your air, your food, and your water, what do you think they're doing? Uh, what else you think they're doing? This is a business. They gotta keep people sick. And black people, we're some of the most ignorant people when it comes to politics and different things that's going on in the world. Like we don't understand that these people are deliberately doing this stuff. They're deliberately poisoning us. They're deliberately doing these things. Why? Because they need business. This is what I come to understand. At the end of the day, America is a corporation. This is a business. Whatever they need to do to keep this stuff running and keep money, they are going to do it. So I just want to clarify. I just want to say that.
I hear you. You said a mouthful. Dorian just joined us. Let me let Dorian speak. Dorian, the floor is yours. Everybody, real quickly, I just want to say shout out to the people that have donated to Auntie Angie's house. My boy Darth Lowe, he sent us $100. My boy Louis sent 10. Shanice sent 20. Y'all, thank you so much. All of this will go to the rebuilding of our kitchen. I got a link on Auntie Angie's house where I can show y'all the kitchen and what we're trying to do with it. I'm trying to pull it in, but in the meantime, let me pass the mic over to Dorian.
Hey now. Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning.
sis. You got the floor.
Good morning, Angie. I just want to tell you thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your hard work and effort with Auntie Angie's house. And I'm loving the blossoming. And thank you for coming back. I missed you. It's been a lot. But just to see what you're doing, man, it just brings tears to my eyes because I am a teenage mama, right? Um, my oldest daughter now will almost be 40, and it's hard out here. It's hard out here, and they are pushing abortion. They're pushing it on you every which way. I've even when I was younger and was torn, the powers the people that were around you that were supposed to be supporting you, let's just say they were not saying to you to have your baby. They were pushing abortion upon us, and to see what you're doing is phenomenal. And I'm just coming from a fire myself. I'm a fashion designer, and my store burned down January the 1st. And I lost
Sorry to hear that.
everything. But yeah, I lost everything. But through that, once I get back stabilized, I will definitely contribute to what you're doing, and I would love to see you do it here in New Orleans, where it's most needed, right? Um, and like you're saying, during Essence, Kamala Harris was here, and I mean, they had lines of people trying to get into that room to speak to her. And that's all that they were talking about is pushing this abortion, and they're trying to say it says
Hmm.
it's health care. So that's that, and just the pushing of just trying to mess up our kids is just so stressful to me. I'm just concerned with looking at everything, and just like this gentleman said earlier, I feel like the other election was rigged. Who's to say they won't rig this one? And if that does happen, where do we go from there? Where do we go from there? Where do we stand at as a people? It's just, the whole thing is so disheartening. Um, I'm at the midpoint in my life, and I'm a Gen Xer. So to see how things are occurring, I just don't know where we go from here because I'm a grandma now. Um, and it's just, I'm just torn. Um, they're going to do what they want to do. But as us as black people, we're not waking up. I remember there was an older woman. She was going to. She said, "You going over there towards the direction where I'm going?" I said, "What's that?" She said, "I'm going to see Kamala Harris." I said, "Miss, I don't want to hear nothing that lady got to say." She looked at me. She was so frustrated, and I was like, "Miss, I don't want to hear anything that woman has to say. It's all a game." And she was an older lady, and she was so disappointed in me when she looked at me, but I'm just trying to see what's the game plan. Where do we as a people, what do we do from here? Everything that I thought was, is just is no longer. It's crazy. And I'm a student of Dick Gregory. Everything he was saying that was gonna happen, it's happening. It's happening. And it's gonna get worse. All I could think about is perhaps getting yourself stabilized and trying to homestead and protect yourself because we're headed into some dark times.
You're
And
1% right.
hmm now, RF, and I heard when I heard Kennedy speak, I'm like, wow. I saw him on Tasha K, and I was like, wow. But they're silencing his voice. I didn't even see his name appearing on the ballot here in New Orleans. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to even go down the conspiracy theory route or any of that. I'm just trying to see where do we as a people go from here? Where do we go from here?
But the conspiracy was actually, that name was made up by the FBI,
Of
right?
course.
So
Hmm.
there is a such thing as conspiracy. Those are people that actually think for themselves and connect the dots, which the system don't want you to do. See, the system
No.
wants you to just whatever they tell you, you believe it and you go. Once you challenge them, this is
Hmm.
what makes you a threat, right? Same
Hmm.
way in school. Student
Hmm.
asks a bunch of questions, the teacher gets frustrated. Now that student becomes what? A problem because you're
Hmm.
supposed to sit there and let me pour into you what I've been
Hmm.
told to pour into you. That's what's going on. And I think a lot of us don't understand that this is smoke
Hmm.
and mirrors. These people are playing games, been playing games with us for the longest. The ones that catch on to it, the ones will change some things up, really be prepared because, like you said, that we're headed into some dark times. America, we're on our last leg, right?
We are.
It's
We are.
we are. So a lot of things are going to start happening in this country, God forbid, that we never seen,
I'm seeing
right?
things. Let me tell you something. I'm right here in the French Quarter right now. I see people sitting on the sidewalk shooting dope in their arms and legs. I never thought I'd see that. I'm
Right.
seeing children being transitioned before me. I
Yes.
thought I'd never. This is children. And let me explain something to you. I have a family members. They are a phenomenon because they're triplets. And those triplets, they're kids and they're being transitioned right in front of me. So
Hmm.
and the parent, the mom is totally against it. But the schools fed this to these kids when they were 10 and 11 years old. So you have to
Wow.
realize that, and this is all the stuff that Angie was saying. The years I've been watching you for years, Angie, and Dick Gregory and all. So I'm all in. So the information I'm seeing it happening, and it's happening even in my family. You understand? So with that being said, right, but it just seems like it's so heavy. Until where do you go from here? All of my neighbors, I lived in a rural community before me moving back to New Orleans. All of my neighbors say, "Oh, I'm selling my house and I'm moving on some land." And they were
Hmm.
chemical engineers and doctors and stuff. And I was wondering why they were doing this, right? I see why now. They saw it,
Wow.
they knew what was coming on. They was already in their circles. And these were Caucasian people. But they
Right.
already knew, and I was like, they tripping. I see now. And them
Hmm.
water wars and all of this stuff that's gonna happen. And I see these people are doing what they want to do. We in war and we've been at war for
Oh
a
yeah,
minute.
the silent war.
Mhm.
Yes, most
So all I
definitely.
can say is, where do we go from here? How do we stabilize ourselves and continue? It's crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy. But that's my part. I just want to tell you, Angie, I appreciate what you're doing. It's a lot of work and it's so needed. I was a teenage mama and I faced all of those horrible things and I got through it. But it's there was no organizations like yours. And this is something that needs to be blown up, because it's solving a problem.
I
Oh,
appreciate it so much. We just do what
mhm.
we can, and it'll
Yeah.
all work out. But Before y'all go, I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about that assassination Trump attempt on President Trump and why so many people think that is fake. Like he was
I think
already
it's inside. I
winning
think
and
it's from the
polling. Like he
inside.
didn't
Oh
need to
yeah,
do nothing fake.
Hmm. No, it ain't
yeah.
fake. That
No, it's
wasn't
not fake.
fake. That was a setup, and that was something close to him. That was somebody
Yeah,
close to him. That
and
seemed
it
like
was
that was.
sloppy.
It was sloppy.
It was
It was.
very
It.
sloppy.
It was. Yeah, I saw it in real time, and I'm like, this ain't fake. I don't believe this is fake.
But
Um, it's more to it than that. Even when I was looking at the debate, know what triggered what triggered me? I saw his son-in-law and his daughter, and they were paranoid. When they were standing next to him, they were so paranoid because they feel like there's more coming. And I was just concerned with everything. Like, what do y'all think about the vice president? The guy that he picked to run with him for vice president.
I mean, that right there
I don't
was
really know nothing about the guy, so it's a
Okay.
right.
trip to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, me too, me too. But
Yeah. He
this
came out of
assassination
nowhere.
definitely wasn't. Yeah, assassination definitely was staged. I hear people saying it's staged.
No.
Do you know how you have precise you have to be to hit a man in the ear and not kill him if this was staged and people actually died? That's the problem with people. See,
And there's
people
people.
they
Hmm.
overanalyze things because they hear that other people saying it's staged, it's staged, instead of doing their proper research. Now, we haven't had an assassination attempt since Ronald Reagan because the CIA had tightened up, the
Hmm.
Secret Service had tightened up everything. It's impossible. It's
Hmm.
impossible to shoot a president right now to get away with that. Then they're saying they have two shooters now. It was two shooters now,
Hmm.
not just one. So yes, it was an inside job because Trump is a threat to their democracy.
Yeah.
These a threat to them because he was standing in the way of them of the globalists taking over. It's obvious, man.
They
This
don't.
people
They
don't
don't
do
like
their
it.
research.
They don't like his mouthpiece, and they don't like how he exposes a
He's,
lot of things. And
yeah, because it's bigger than that. Like the man say, "Hey, man, uh, America first, right?" When he ran that campaign, you
Mhm.
have some dumb people saying he talking about putting black people back in slavery. This is what people
No.
told me, which blew my mind. I'm like, "Are you serious?" Right?
But the
So
whole thing, the whole thing about the 2025 thing, and that's what Kamala gonna run on too. They're gonna be pushing all that foolishness like that was his idea, and I don't believe that. That stuff has been written years ago because I've been paying attention
exactly
to this for years. All of
right.
these things are already cooked up years and years ago, and they knew that Biden was not in health. He was not healthy when he was elected. He
Yes.
wasn't healthy when he was elected. His cognitive situation was already occurring then. So all of that
Now I
is
would
just
say this,
fake.
not to cut you off. I would say this, go as far as say this. It would surprise me if Biden's been playing all along. These people are acting on us. They're acting.
Mm-hmm.
See, it would surprise me because if you look at some of his videos, man, sometimes it don't even be him. If you look at his neckline and his top
Mm-hmm.
head, it's like somebody wearing a mask. You don't have to take my word for it. People do their research. It's everywhere. So they're doing a switcheroo on us. They've been using AI. If you look at some of his videos, not him live, but some of his videos, you look at his mouth. His mouth is moving slower. I mean, they're doing a lot of tricks on us. They're playing a lot of games with us
Oh
because
yeah,
yeah, they're playing a lot of games. So we not only we got to deal with that, we got to deal with this AI crap now that's going to deceive
yeah,
a lot of people because you can plug somebody's voice in and say, "Hey, he said this or she said that." So it's a lot of stuff that we have to be concerned about. But I go back to say this: it's left up to us, the people. We have to take our country back. See, we still
yeah,
divided by color, uh,
yeah.
uh, uh,
That's
political
a bunch of
parties.
that's a
That's
bunch
the
of
stuff that keep
nonsense.
us
Mhm.
separated. See, people, that's what people not understanding. If you using your spiritual eye will let you know that, hey man, this stuff is not about race because we all at war.
Yeah,
Everybody's at war. They
humanity is
spread
at
chemicals
war.
on right. This is not just America, this is global. So they spread chemicals on everybody. They just not spraying in the black community. They spread chemicals on everywhere. I
Mhm.
mean, even on you. I mean, this is a fact. So we as people, we start coming together. Whatever BS we have towards one another, man, put that stuff aside because this is for
Side
the country. You know what I
humanity.
mean? Yeah, because people have kids and grandkids. Can you imagine 50 years from now how this country would be the way it's going now if we
I
don't
don't
take
think it.
control of us?
I don't think it's gonna last another 50 years. They're tearing it down. And if you look at the worth of the dollar, our passport value is at, I think at 44 now. So it's just we're just diminishing. And I'm like, what are we doing? And I have one, my youngest son. He has traveled to probably about 30 countries, right? So he travels a lot. He's young. He's 25. And I get things from his perspective, and he just says, "Mom, it's a people thing." That's what he's
Yeah,
saying. He said, "Mom, he said I've been a part of several civil wars. They look at racism. They use that in the U.S." He said, "But there's civil wars everywhere. You're not
right.
looking at it the right way." So right now he's not even in America. He's in another country right now, and he's like, "Mom, you gotta wake up. It's a civil war." He said, "People need to come up against. People need to unite." And that's what he says. And he has got
Yeah,
friends from all over the world by him traveling so much, right?
yeah.
Um, so that's what I learned from this child, and he does it on his own. It's not like he's doing it for work. He's been doing it since he was 17, and he's in his
Right.
20s now. So he just sees it as a civil war, and he says it's humanity. And
No,
so
he's
what's
right.
the answer, son? He said, "Mom, the people have got to go against the government and unite as a people," and that's what's going on because there's so many games that get played. So
Yeah.
it's
They
all
could have
about
pulled it
humanity.
50, 100 years ago. They could have
No,
pulled what they pulling off 100 years ago. Why?
because I'm
Because
looking.
the men would have taken arms and did what they had to do. We live in a weaker
We
world
are.
now, generation
When
now,
I
where the
see
men, yes, we are
when
not the
I
same
see
men.
middle class white people eating out of the trash can from my business, I had a laundromat. When I saw that, I knew that we was at a decline, and that's because we don't have the jobs, we don't have the manufacturing in America anymore. Those are the things that are occurring. That's just diminishing thing. They have people that are tradesmen that have worked in manufacturing plants that can't get jobs because we're not making stuff in the US anymore. So that's the things that I was concerned when Trump was talking about bringing that stuff back home. Those are the things that I'm concerned. I'm looking at that. I mean, if we can't, we're not even manufacturing anything in here anymore. Like I
No,
said, I'm a
everything is
dressmaker, so I
right.
cannot compete against fast fashion. Fast fashion
Yeah,
is ruining the health care. It's ruining people's health. That stuff that they're buying on Shein and stuff, those dyes and all of that stuff. Oh my God, they are creating hormone disruptors in women and men.
right.
You don't understand. That stuff is messing up our community.
Can I say this? Now,
Hmm.
this is still on topic, but this dealing with what I said earlier about these people are putting stuff in the air. Now, about a month ago, I was on a flight from Seattle back to Houston, right? This
Hmm.
never happened. I've flown hundreds of thousands of miles, right? Never happened. I
Hmm.
get on this plane, right? Sit down, we getting ready to take off. All of a sudden, I feel something going through my nose, like literally going through my nose, and then to my throat. And I
Hmm.
got the coughing. I mean, it just sat there, and I'm coughing. So I keep oregano oil. So I took some oregano
Hmm.
oil and drunk it with my juice, and it finally went away. But I can feel this stuff literally going through my nose. I've never experienced it. You know how you have something like somebody using a feather, something tingling in your
Hmm.
nose. That's how
Hmm.
it felt. And I say, man, these people put something on in the air on these planes. I've never experienced this. I can feel this, and I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. This is the God honest truth. I can feel it going through my nose. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Into my throat, like. But I say that to say that we are at war, and
Yes,
and
we've
and
been at war,
and
and
it's
we
a
didn't realize
spiritual
it.
war. It's a
Hmm.
spiritual war going to eventually go into the physical because man, Satan is in control right now. Satan has
Yes,
been let loose.
yes.
Whether people believe that's not my place,
They're
but we definitely at
openly
war
worshiping Satan. I'm in New
spiritually.
Orleans. They walking around like that with these hexes and all this stuff on them. I'm looking
Yes,
at it. I'm watching it. I'm
we are at
here.
war, man.
I'm right here walking around amongst these people. You see them openly worshiping this stuff. So what I'm saying is I don't know what the answer is. All I can
Would
sit
you?
down and I'm seeing things manifest that Dick Gregory was saying was going to manifest. I'm seeing it happening in real time. And all I can say is they're going to do what they're going to do. But God's people you got to remember, when I saw you, Angela, getting rebaptized and stuff, I see a lot of people really trying to really get at one with God, because we are headed into some dark times. I don't know what the answer is. I see
Well, the
things
answer
that
you
are.
just stated. You just stated the answer. We have to band together as people, put the BS aside, right?
Mm,
Whatever dislike, because truth be told, the dislike we have for one another, we've been told this, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, some people may experience some, but like I grew up in an all black neighborhood. I didn't grow up with white.
Mm,
So
right.
subliminally in school, right? This is through school. This is why I'm saying this is the programming too. When I was in middle school, right, they would lock us for Black History Month. They had to take a particular day. They would lock us in the auditorium, right? All the
Mm,
guys, now not the women, all the men. Follow where I'm going with this. And they would play all of these videos about people being lynched and all this. So as a youngster, what I did was I started subliminally having a hatred for white people. Now my
mm,
parents didn't teach us that at home, but subliminally by the school system, I started developing a dislike for white people. So as I got older, I didn't like them until I
mm,
started really opening up my eyes, and a lot of information that I had started getting when it comes to like preparation and things, it came from white people, even not in the job. So I would
mm,
say a lot of that comes from us being programmed not to like one another, because they
mm,
same way they play us, they play them. They'll show a dude with his pants down shooting or robbing somebody. First thing they say, oh, see that all of them the same. See, look, they don't want to work. See, they do the same thing to them as they do to us, and that's a tool, and that's from the media. Like Malcolm X say, the media is the worst enemy. That's who keeps the propaganda going. Like Trump say, the media fake news. See what I'm saying? So that's the problem. If we start putting the differences aside and look at the bigger picture, say, you know what? We're all doomed if we don't come together. Right? Now, we understand the process as far as the political thing. Like locally, you definitely should be involved, because that, even federal, but locally, you definitely should be involved in your community, who you elected in office, because these people have the
mm,
power to change your life overnight. You know what I
mm.
mean? But at the end of the day, it goes back to we the people. That's who is going to take over there in Europe. Those people, they don't mind getting together and tearing up and doing what they need to do
Yeah, they
to
were
get
going
some
against
stuff
the
changed.
tourists because they saw tourism was ruining
See,
their community. They started attacking the tourists. I said,
right.
damn.
But see, they understand. See, we over here, see, we program. They already know what we're gonna do. We're gonna get pickets, signs, and
Mm,
we're gonna walk and march and this and that. And they already know, because it's already been planned. Everything is a simulation. Until they really know these people mean business. And I think now, once people start finding out that they social security not down there because they broke, oh, it's gonna be some stuff. See, a lot of people don't even
mm,
know that they have no money. Like people
mm,
like us, I'm 46, right?
mm,
So people coming behind us, they not gonna even get Social Security. Why? Because they broke. Yeah,
mm,
that's easy. I'm not even depending on Social Security. But at the point is, if I needed it, it's not going to be there
mm.
because they're broke. You see what I'm saying? This man,
Yeah.
how you justify giving billions of dollars to a country that we have no ties to? Now they have ties to it because they probably was money laundering. That's what they were biting them
Mm,
doing. This sending all that money over there to these people, man. Then bringing them all over here. They're getting free housing. Everything's free, right? And then they'll kick us and say, well, y'all not doing y'all part. Now, if you go for a business loan or something, you got to have all your ducks in line and in order. But see, you blame the people that we elect and we support. That's who you got to blame, because all of it is a game. Like, ever since this guy got in office, man, I mean, it just been ass backwards. How can you even support that? It ain't even about the Republican. How can you even support a party that's has declined this country in less than 4 years? Think about it. He didn't get in office until like 2020, 2021 January. This 2024, less than almost 3.5 on a 4 year. Look how, man, look how this country declined.
Yeah,
You bet.
You know, one thing I noticed, not really noticed, this is what I heard. You ever listen to Judge Joe Brown?
Yes.
yeah.
He was saying back in, I can't remember, it was either the late 80s, the early 90s, when we were having, what do they call it? The economy sunk.
So yeah, we had it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, the only person in New York that helped people to start a business then, because
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump,
Yeah.
because they wouldn't give business loans, the banks wouldn't give business loans to anybody
Right.
unless you were rich.
Right.
And Donald Trump just gave it to him. He ripped up the contract after. Why don't they put that out there?
They're not
Well,
gonna
they're
put that
not.
out there. No. All they're gonna do, first of all, they're gonna say you tripping. They're gonna call it fake news. But I'm watching it. When I'm watching it in real time, these people are printing up money, yo. And they're
Yeah.
coming into New Orleans. They see Katrina killed they took all this property from these black folks, right? And they printing up money to give to people that are coming here, that are buying these buildings, that are open. I'm watching it. I'm just watching it even in my city.
Well,
It's a
Yeah,
setup.
everything is foreign.
now is the time to do it because, I mean, if you have the money, because
But
our
guess what?
dollar is going down. Because
Yes, but guess
Saudi's
what
not
they
using
doing?
our money for the fuel anymore.
But guess what
No,
they're
they're
doing
not.
now? They're not even giving it to the locals. See, that's what they're doing. They're the
Yeah.
indigenous people. They're not giving
Yep.
it to you. They're giving it to the foreigners and to them and to that. Because
Well,
they sold America out. They didn't hold it out.
yeah.
It's
I mean,
gone.
look
Oh
what they
yeah.
did. Look what they did to Hawaii, to the
Oh,
Right.
indigenous people there.
I got
You
an
Yeah.
know,
aunt
Gave us
there.
and
seven
then they
hundred
slapped
dollars.
them in the face. Joe Biden slapped them in the face, giving them what, $700, I
Seven
think, if
hundred
that.
dollars.
My
Yeah.
aunt
Seven
is
hundred
there.
dollars.
I got an aunt
Yeah.
there. She's a senior. That's what they do. It's all a game.
And what
But
I
Yeah, it
don't
is.
get is they still keep voting Democrat.
I
Well,
don't
those
know
are the
why.
ones those are the ones I
And I'm not
stated
saying all
earlier.
of them.
No,
Mm-hmm.
no, no. It's because we've been got to understand, man. The elder ones, right? Us, it's really, it's not our. We got a choice. Even the elders, some of them are waking up, but you got to remember, man. This stuff has been embedded in us to
Yes,
vote a particular way. Then you look at your
for
situation.
generations.
Yeah, but you living in an impoverished area, and you go without this or that, and people telling you the reason why you live this way because this particular party don't like you or these people don't like you, and we care about you. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to stay loyal to the people that say they got you, but not knowing that these very same people or party are the ones who got you in this position. The Democrats
Yeah.
has always been against black people,
But can I tell you
right?
this? My grandmother,
Always.
my
Always.
grandmother told me two things. She said, "Don't." She said, "Let me tell you two things." She said, "One thing I could tell you is always vote Republican." And she said, "And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm old enough to remember." She said they freed the slaves, right? And she told me, she says, a woman, when Hillary Clinton was running, she said a woman is much too emotional to lead the country. That's what she told me. So she said, I never thought I'd see a black man, be president. So she was an eye of that.
He
And
wasn't
she,
no better.
but I know, but she voted.
He
But
was.
I'm telling you about my grandmother. My grandmother voted
Right,
Republican and always has. She's gone now. She
right.
died, 1 month before she turned 90. She's been gone a couple years now. But with the moral to my story is she told me you do not vote. You vote, you vote policy over person. You vote
Right.
what aligns up. When I look at things, like I said, I'm an American. I want things to be made in America. I want my community to
True.
flourish. You
True.
understand? I don't care what race or color you are. I'm looking at America as a whole, right? I'm American. All that other stuff, I don't care.
Right.
I'm American, right? My people built this country. So what I'm looking at is I'm concerned with America. I'm
Yeah.
concerned with what I see in America. I'm looking at how America has failed its people. I'm walking over people who are on drugs, who are messed up mentally, and there's no help for them. I'm looking at what's going on in the community. They could come with all of that song and dance. I don't want to hear nothing about no abortion. I don't want to hear about deep transitioning no kids. I don't want to hear nothing about what's going on in their country. I'm looking at the community that I'm
Right.
walking. When I got to walk over people to get into my house, it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
Humanity, as a
Well,
human being,
not
is
that I
painful
agreed
to
with
me to
everything.
see. Hmm.
Not that I agree with everything that he said, but a lot of it was Malcolm X.
Yes.
When he said, Republicans and Democrats is, we know what to expect from them.
Right.
Right.
It's these liberals that you have to worry about because they're hiding,
Yeah.
they're hidden.
Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
worry about it.
They're hiding
Like
their
I said,
Hello,
hand.
I agree
people.
with some of it.
But
I
the
don't
thing
Hi,
agree with
is,
Angie.
everything he said.
why at every college are they pushing that liberal agenda? Why?
Hey,
They push it
everybody, let's
everywhere.
talk one at a time
Yeah.
and
Hey,
give
what's up?
everybody
What's
a
up? My
chance
bad.
to speak.
Yeah.
Remember,
Hey,
Everyone.
hey,
a chance to speak.
hey,
I
Angie. Hey,
know
everyone.
OG
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I was just on here listening to what y'all talk about. I agree with everything is saying too with the Trump assassination. Trump didn't turn his head; he would have had his whole brains blown out and stuff like that. But these conspiracy nutheads are saying they say that it was staged, it was fake, and all that. They don't even know what the hell they talk about. I saw
Right.
the whole thing myself. And that man died protect that man died protect his family. Just think of it as the shoe just think of it as you in the car, right? If somebody try to walk up to your car, they try to assassinate you, shoot you, but they miss. Would you think that it's fake and stuff like that? Just like the same shoe who thought he was going to get shot at Trump, but he missed and stuff like that. If it was fake and stuff like that, would you think his ear would be bleeding and all that? I don't believe anything else that they're saying about Trump. Oh, these lives they insane, man. Talk about we gonna go into slavery, man. Trump gonna put us back in slavery. We all gonna be changed. That sound like the same old broken record, man. They keep sending money, our tax money to these other countries. Don't need have sleeping on the street, on the bus, and stuff like that. I mean, it's just insane, man. But I'm glad the old senile fool is out of office. And Kamala's not gonna be the next nominee. She's not gonna be the next president, no matter how bad they want her to be the next president. It's just a shame, man. Like y'all said, we in spiritual war, man. Homosexual demonizing our kid, even though I don't
Yeah.
have kids, they demonizing kids, man, and stuff like that. I mean, it's just getting worse. But we live in the end time, man. This,
Yeah.
this is the end times,
Yeah. Well,
like the Bible
sh-
prophecy. I don't agree with the conspiracy theory about Trump's assassination because I don't get into all that. I'm really sorry that I called you nuthead. The D guy. What's your name, man?
Who? Which one?
You, the one talking.
Oh, you can call me Refugee.
Oh, if you take her, I thought you started to sound like the lips. No, I'm sorry to call you a crazy nuthead and stuff like that.
Oh man,
I
I'm
thought
not
you said,
offended by that. You know how many times I
yeah.
heard that years
You know how
ago?
many?
I take I like it because that means I'm making you think. See, I
Yep.
Right.
like that. Yeah, I've been used to calling crazy because I research a lot of things and I don't believe what the average person tells me. I do my own study. I think for myself. So no, you didn't offend me, man. Thank you.
yeah, yeah, man. It was like
Yeah.
this is just getting worse. It's just getting worse, man. You people, the Democrats who vote for this, they still complain. We still got inflation and stuff like that. They keep complaining. Oh, we are our economy's collapsing. We don't have this and we don't have that. But you still keep voting the same people Same people you vote. This Campbell told Kamala in office, and what makes you think she gonna be any help? He keeps saying she's black and black and stuff like that. Just go to pool. A lot of our people are lost, man. They ain't gonna come back to reality because they don't want reality. You can't say a lot of black people, man. You can only vote with a few who's intelligent, who's smart and wise, and know what's going on, man.
Hey,
Right
watch.
on.
She's gonna pick Pete Buttigieg.
Angie, I want to ask you
You think she
something.
gonna pick the right one? You think so?
Let's
Angie,
do the job.
you
Hey,
there?
he's gay. Now, unless they find a gay black
Oh,
guy, maybe they get John
uh,
Lennon. I don't know.
Oh
Good
my
she
morning.
God, boy,
think
come on
she's
now.
gonna need
Just come on, Don Lennon. Come on, it wouldn't
Yo,
surprise me, but come on now. That's straight Hollywood if they do that. Now, if
We
people say
laugh.
connected dots did,
We
then I
laugh.
don't know what to tell
Yeah,
them.
we
yo,
laugh
Angie.
about it, but would you put it past them?
No,
I
definitely,
wouldn't put
most
it. I
definitely, I
wouldn't put it
wouldn't.
past them. No, no,
Angie,
because
you
they
there?
put.
Good morning. Good morning, panel.
I'm here.
How y'all doing this
Good
morning?
morning.
Angie, I
Good
want to
One
ask
morning.
you a
second.
question.
One second.
I want to
Yeah.
ask you a question, Angie.
Yeah.
I saw your post on IG because I follow you on IG. Do you really even take this woman serious? Do you really consider do you really consider to pick her as a nominee with everything she's done, locking black men up for weed and stuff like that? She ain't really for black folk, but do you really consider her or what? Will you really consider agree with her what she said? Pick her side.
I
I,
I mean, I don't know if I agree with saying with the pick a side, but I do know what happened in 2020 because I experienced it running against John Lewis. I saw how when he passed away, they just kind of hand selected the candidate that they wanted with no due process. The community didn't get to vote. Not only that, she didn't debate, she didn't campaign, and somehow she ended up getting more votes than John Lewis ever got in the history of his career. So I've seen this and experienced this before, and I'm actually looking for a
Mm.
clip right now that I wanted to play you guys from Nicole Shanahan, who is the VP for John F. Kennedy, and she said something that made a whole lot of sense about some of the campaign funds and how they wouldn't be able to be. Let me just share the clip. Let me let you guys hear it in her words. Hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna grab that.
Okay.
Election. While this decision might initially seem on its face to be a positive development for the Democratic Party, here's why it's actually quite sinister. By choosing to delay the late July of an election year, Biden has hindered qualified Democratic challengers from having a genuine opportunity to become the nominee. Dean Phillips ran to offer voters an alternative, one that they might have preferred if they had known Biden never intended to seek a second term. Bobby Kennedy also pursued the Democratic nomination early on, only to quickly realize that the process was rigged in favor of Joe Biden. What the DNC, Biden, and the ruling class of the Democratic Party have done is corrupt. It's un-American and ultimately a grave harm to our democratic process. We are now facing a situation where the powers that be are self-appointing Biden's replacement. They have already named their chosen candidate, Kamala Harris, and anyone attempting to challenge us at the DNC convention next month will be smeared, blacklisted, and labeled a traitor to the party. This too is corrupt, un-American, and a true threat to our democracy. I spoke with my FEC lawyer this morning, and he confirmed with me that over $240 million that the Biden campaign has raised can only be used by Kamala Harris remaining on the ticket. She was not voted into this role. She is a de facto candidate by virtue of spending power. If it is not Kamala on the ticket, this fund goes to the party, for which only $32 million can be coordinated with the candidate's campaign. The Democratic Party has abandoned any semblance of being a legitimate party for the common man, all in the name of defeating one man, Donald Trump. And even there, they are not being sincere. They want a retail politician that they can control and also one that can beat Donald Trump. This is an impossible dual task. As a lifelong progressive Democrat, I am ashamed of the party leadership I once supported and deeply sorry To the millions of Americans who have placed their hope in a political machine that does not serve their best interest. I remember the frustration I had the last several years trying to reason with leadership within the party, realizing I was not speaking to anyone with any authority or a serious commitment to the people of this country and its future. So thankfully, there is another path. Never before has it been more necessary to have an independent choice. This is why I believe supporting Bobby Kennedy is the way to end this duopoly once and for all. Now is the time for real change.
Well, there it is, everybody. You can unmute your microphones. I think she said a mouthful. I mean, we just going completely around due process. Let's pass the mic. Let's hear from somebody who hadn't had an opportunity to talk. Give us your thoughts.
Good morning. Good morning, all. There's so much to unpack here. I just want to say, my background. I'm a veteran. 20 plus years. I'm a double retiree. I actually served in DOD for under geointelligence for many years, and I just want to say this: the American government is totally different than the deep state. And what's happened is that now we're at the point where the deep state is totally taking over. The distinguished lady on the panel asked, what is it that we're to do? Somebody introduced me to a term years ago, and
Looks good.
the term is untreadable, right? And when I understood the meaning of that, what untreadable means, and don't tread on me, and positioning yourself to be untreadable, it gave me a good, clear view on where to place myself strategically, who to choose, who to vote for, so on and so forth. You have to believe in yourself. Black people in the States, y'all have to understand that y'all are jewels. Y'all are the black pearls of the world. You understand? And there's so many things out here that have been working against you all. The government entities been concentrated against you all, wearing down your mind, body, and soul, and you have to position yourselves to be untreadable. Untreadable is not allowing anybody to violate your Second Amendment rights, so that you have a right to defend and protect yourself. Untreadable is positioning yourself where if the ish hits the fan, you're able to produce your own food, you're able to hunt, you're able to do for self, you're able to be sustainable. A lot of us, we fell into a lot of what the Democrats sold to us as far as subsidies and people giving us something for nothing, and we just have to come out of that mindset, right? Years ago, when I say I served many years, I was in the military when Reagan approved Satanism as an official religion in the United States military. All right. That's how long, I've served. And ever since then, there's been a group of patriots that have been aligning themselves and working together and passing information and leaking information to the public that people are they use this term conspiracy theory, and a lot of the stuff that they're terming as conspiracy theory are actually truths that are leaked by whistleblowers and people that have gone through a lot to get that information to the public. They've lost their lives, they've lost their livelihoods, they've lost their pensions, all types of things. The war has been going on. The dark times have been going on for a very long time, folks. It's not going to happen. It's not. It will happen. It is happening. It's been happening. Since the early 90s, when they passed something called Codex Alimentarius, when they wanted to control food production and the food chain and feeding garbage into, not just the Black community, but the American community, so that we wouldn't be working in sound mind and sound body. I've had the blessing to be attached to a bunch of people who saw this coming, and I was able to be mentored by them, and just had the blessings to work on a bunch of different projects to see what's really going down. Black people, if you don't get it together and make yourself untreatable, you are going to suffer greatly. The American superstate has been a project that's been in the work for over 25 years now. And a lot of what you're seeing with the migrants coming in and them allowing the migrants to come in and flood the borders is purposeful, because what deep state doesn't believe in America. They don't believe in the American Constitution. You understand? What they're trying to set up is a plantocracy of controllable people. And just like she showed that clip of this lady telling, their game plan, that's been their game plan all along. You understand? Operation Paperclip, Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra, Operation Gladio, COINTELPRO. You understand? Now let me talk about COINTELPRO, and then I'm going to yield, right? Because that's something that heavily affects the Black community in a way, more so than a lot of these other operations that I just dropped on you, right? COINTELPRO, what it does is it takes people that have been compromised, that are in trouble with the law, even people that are serving the government and have been compromised. What they do is they give them an offer that they can't refuse, and from that point on, those people are in service to the deep state. Kamala Harris is dangerous. You need to look up her record. You need to study her. She has been in cahoots with the deep state for a long, long time. The lady said, the distinguished lady on the panel said, vote for policy. That is true. A lot of us get caught up in voting for quote unquote skin folk. All skin folk ain't kinfolk, right? And they've used that against us. That was one of the main things of COINTELPRO, using people that look like us as insurgents to come amongst us and to rip anything that we're trying to do on a positive level apart. Now, saying that, I want to point out these insurgents. I lived in Atlanta a long time. So let's just take Atlanta, Fulton County, for instance, right? The corruption that's coming to light in Atlanta, Fulton County, y'all not to take that lightly, right? These are people that have been given deals. There's a reason why Fannie Harris is going crazy. There's a real reason why Judge Yul Glanville is allowing a violation of rights within this court. Is because people are being promised positions in the new Democratic government if they win, and they're doing anything and everything in their power to make that happen. And you have to look at these insurgents amongst you, these people that are stealing your money, that are taking funds out of gang intervention programs and putting them towards trips and food and swag and all kinds of ridiculous things. You understand? You have to hold these people accountable, on the municipal level. But what ends up happening is we keep voting them back in because it's like they're skin folk and they give us these false promises. And we believe them, and these are the people that are working against us. Those are your first enemy, right? I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, it ain't the country boy, it ain't the untreatable American patriot white man. As a matter of fact, that's our best friend. You understand? After you get through a lot of the mess and the stereotypical things, because like I said, I've served in military and DOD for a long time. Once you get past the stereotypical mess, you'll come to find out that these people are American patriots just like you. Black people, you got a right to America. You are not a foreigner. America is yours. You built it. You built it 10 times over. And they burnt it down. And you built it again. And they burnt it down. And what they realize is we're dealing with an untreadable people here. And we have to, by any means necessary, pull out all the stops and work against them. So what we're going to do is we're going to attack them medically. We're going to attack them nutritionally. We're going to attack them financially, mental, physically, and spiritually. Deep state is very satanic. I'm going to let y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it. I've seen the Satanism. I'm a combat veteran. I've seen the Satanism on the battlefield. You understand? And I've seen them. I've seen the whistleblowers get their lives destroyed. The real Americans who reported the Satanism are the ones who are out here, pushing carts, and people are thinking they crazy. Pushing carts on the streets and stuff because they lost their pension, they lost their career, they lost their mind. This thing is deep. Y'all must band together. You have to control your food. You have to control your clothing. You have to control your shelter. And you can't believe nothing that is coming out of Operation Mockingbird, which is the mainstream media. And I'm going to sit back and just yield because I took a lot of time.
Look what they did to Alex Jones. Alex Jones said a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, they made him sell his $5,000 cat that he bought for his child.
Look.
Brother, they've been playing in your face for a long, long time. Yep. You said something about Malcolm X. I'm gonna tell y'all something interesting, right? There's been hundreds of Black Americans serving patriots that are marginalized, and we don't get to hear about them in history, right? All they want us to hear about is the people that they were able to tread on. Malcolm X was treaded on. They took his life. Martin Luther King was treaded on. They took his life, right? There's a brother called Robert F. Williams that you all really need to study because it will blow your mind that you don't know who this person is, right? An American patriot, Korean War veteran, United States Marine Corps, Semper Fi. You understand? Real American, more American than a bunch of the white boys that jump up and carry it and wear it on their sleeve that ain't really done much or nothing. And Black people in America do not know about this man. He's the father of the Black Power movement. He's a Southern Black man, you understand, self-sufficient, went against the Ku Klux Klan, wrote a book called Negroes with Guns that you all should really, really check out, but you don't hear about him. And there's a reason. It's because Operation Mockingbird has marginalized what you are to hear because they didn't want too many people like him raising up. They wanted you to be depressed off of Malcolm X. They wanted you to be depressed off of Martin Luther King. You understand? They want to give you compromised images. You understand? But they don't want to give you these great people that actually worked against the system and won. He didn't die. He died as he was like a George Washington. He died as a white-haired old man. You understand? And did more than both of those brothers combined, and you never heard about him. Why is that? They've been playing in our face a long time,
plenty
Coach.
of people we ain't hear about, though. It's probably thousands of people.
It's thousands, brother. And that's because they're marginalizing what you get. You understand? And I'm a yield, and I want to come back later and say something about the Trump assassination because I have a strategic background, and I made some observations that I just want to bring to light.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on answer the question Angie asked. I don't, of course I don't think it was staged. I think he was set up, definitely though. Being as though who the director of the Secret Service is and who recommended her and her past background is like she shouldn't even be in that position. That's just the bottom line of that. But she would be in that position if somebody put her there that don't like the opposing candidate. So it's just an obvious setup. This people was seeing the guy crawl in the building. They was pointing at him, telling the police, "Look, there's a guy in the building with a rifle," and they didn't do nothing. It's common sense. He was set up. So that's my whole thing on that. But this is just showing people how bad that they just want to get rid of him so they can just do nothing for us. Because here's my thing, right? I'm a veteran as well. I was in during 9/11. I'm an OEF veteran, and I like to travel, right? And I know a lot of people overseas. So my issue is with like you the last guy was saying about the deep state. All this stuff is planned because Harris is Indian, right? India is part of BRICS, who is currently trying to devalue the US dollar. So we are basically putting our opposing force in office if she wins. I don't know how people are not understanding that. They're letting Venezuelans in here. Venezuela is a BRICS country. So we letting the opposing force in, well, they bent over here, but we like they're just flooding the United States right now. So I don't understand how to well, I do understand symbolism is powerful, and that's what anybody that's trying to run for president is up against, symbolism, because black people like to feel good. If we have a first black person or somebody, then oh, we gotta vote him in, we gotta support him. That's the first black, and that right there, like the older, comfortable black people in our community. Well, and Harris is also a Boule member, right? So to me personally, I'm looking at it from that standpoint. Like you said, with Fulton County and Fannie Willis and Glanville, all of them people are Boule. All of them people belong to fraternities and sororities. I mean, that may be a whole nother conversation, but yeah, I think all this stuff is a setup, and we do have to unite. That is the solution, and not just here, but overseas as well, right? Because black people, we suffering all over the world, man. This system is not just here; it's all over, man. So, and that's what other countries are fighting for too. Like you said, I think somebody was talking about Europe and how they don't play that over there. It's the same way in Africa. You see what the Gen Z was just protesting in Kenya about that finance bill because they're trying to put taxes on their property and on their regular products. You know how we go to the store and we buy something that's plus tax? They out there protesting in the street because they and we do it every day, even though we not supposed to be paying tax. We are just casually just do it because we so used to just doing it. But they're like, nah, because if they start doing that with their property, that's a way for them to steal their property. Because if they can't maintain the taxes, the government gonna come in and take it. The crazy thing is the president over there in Kenya met with Biden a week before those big protests happened. Like 14 of them kids got killed over there. All right. But we all know Biden is not running nothing. So you know who's really behind all that nonsense going on in Africa? It's Obama and Clinton. Obama is sending Kenyan troops over there to Haiti to monitor that stuff going on over there. Because all this stuff is about control, man, and money. So that's all it is. And we know Trump can't be controlled. RFK can't be controlled. So for RFK to all of a sudden get Secret Service, I personally think that's kind of odd. You know, I think it's kind of odd. All of a sudden want to like do the right thing now. But that's what I had to say about that.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, man.
You
Yeah.
talking to?
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was a staged. Nothing. What I'll say this, I don't think it was staged.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I'm getting radio.
the TV
Oh,
kind of loud.
oh, yeah, I agree with everything you said, man. Including the Trump assassination and stuff like that. Now, I disagree with the Malcolm being assassinated by the government. It was by his own people. But the Martin Luther King, I agree about the assassination. Yeah, the Democrats have ruined America. It's just sad, man. It's just sad all the way around. That's why I'm glad that senile old fool is gone, man. But a lot of black folks are brainwashed, man. Like I said, there's no saving them. They wanna vote. They want to vote for it. They want to vote for this. Um, they want to vote for this evil bitch, Kamala, who done nothing for black folks, who done nothing for black folks, but throw them in jail, give jobs to the immigrants. We were supposed to take that job. We were supposed to take that job. They come over here thinking that they better than us and stuff like that. And stuff like that. Giving our money tax dollars to countries that don't need. I mean, inflation is high up through the roof, and they still gonna vote for this demon. I mean, they don't care. They don't seem to care, and it's sad.
Because
A
long
lot
as
of
it's not Trump, anybody with Trump, that's their logic. They don't have any logic. They can't name one policy from either side. All they know is, and it's sad, but we like entertainment so much. It's like it's embedded in us. Look at all these celebrities that are still endorsing Democrats, man. Like you can't trust none of them.
I don't trust these black folks vote for Democrats. Like if you vote for Democrats, you're in the one awakening. But Angie, I just want to ask you this. Um, I know you fell from the Trump train and all that. I'm very sorry that he did pick you. He could have picked Don. He could have picked what's that dude name said we was better under Jim Crow. I forgot his name. He still could pick that other black dude in the other black dude, but I can't stand Tim Scott. I can't stand Tim Scott keeps saying that America is not racist. Forget that Negro and stuff like that. But I just want to know: is you still for Trump, or you still independent? I just want to know, Angie.
Who said not his own people? It was an informant working. Nobody said that. Nobody
Angie,
on
you
here
there?
said
Oh,
nobody on here said that it was his own people that did that.
No,
What are you talking about?
the brother just said Malcolm X. It wasn't the government; it was his own people. But let me speak to that real quick. I just want to drop a piece of intelligence, something for y'all to work out, right?
no, like I agree with everything that you said,
Yeah,
except
yeah. I'm
for
not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
Malcolm.
I'm not talking in. I'm not talking in disagreements. I just want to get. I want to shed some light on something that might help you out in the future, right?
Yeah,
Um, COINTELPRO, right? This is how it works, right? People are under the impression that everybody that works for the government are sworn in employees of the government, and that's not how it works. Many people that work for the government are assets, you understand, or informants, right?
yeah,
So I just want to let you know that as far as COINTELPRO, the way COINTELPRO works is that they mobilize informants, against the people. These are people that necessarily weren't going in to just be snitches or whatever. They might have got in trouble and somebody comes out of the side, you know how the devil works, come out of the side and says, hey, I'll make these charges go away if you just do this A, B, C, and D. And at first it might seem benign. It might seem basic what they ask you to do. And the deeper you get in with the devil, the more he's going to ask you to sell your soul. That's the nature of COINTELPRO and those type of operations. So while it might appear that his own people did it, what I'm telling you is that they were people that were compromised.
They were
You
rats,
understand?
pretty much.
Just like Kamala Harris was compromised, and you'll be amazed if you do the Freedom of Information Act of all the deals and collusion that has been uncovered over the past years to show you what's going on. You know, William O'Neill, just look up William O'Neill, you know, and he'll tell you, you know, how the government works. And these aren't necessarily bad people. These are people that get compromised, right? The brother spoke about Boule earlier and the Black Greeks, and a lot of them get up in arms when you bring this forward. And that's because they are the average
The
status
gatekeepers.
quo due paying fraternity people. They don't understand what's going on the higher levels of the Pan-Hellenic Council and how that's attached to the Boule. You know, but the thing is, in understanding is that at any minute, a compromised person can be turned against you and your movement for liberation. Now, as far as Trump, right? Having worked in security, you have game plans. It's just like football, basketball. You know, the coaches got books, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with strategy and tactics, right? There's playbooks, right? When things are built a certain way, or when the layout and terrain is set up a certain way, you run certain plays. Now, one of the things I'll tell you is that when you look at it and study it, if you know anything about it, the plays were way off, right? It was just way abnormal. Some of the things we were seeing, right? Now, yeah, it was very sloppy, and it was way off. It just wasn't even in any type of order. Now, there's also been up.
Excuse me, hey y'all, I'm back. Thanks so much for holding it down. I want to add a couple people to the
Everybody
stage.
coming on?
I had to go take a meeting call. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all. But I do want to show y'all. I do want to show y'all really quickly the work that we're doing over Auntie Angie's house, our new location. The reason why I'm asking for support. This is the kitchen that we are building out, guys. I want you all to see it. Hold on one second. Let me show you here. This will be our kitchen. So you guys can see the process of having this painted. We're going to install a stove, a refrigerator, some kitchen cabinets, a new kitchen sink. This right here is actually going to be cut out. This is going to be an entrance into the next side, but that's also going to be transformed into a living area for the girls. Come on, let's check this out right here. This is our bathroom. It's coming along. We've installed, of course, as you can see, a stand-up shower in here. We've got a toilet. We're going to paint in here, put in some new cabinets, eventually open this up, put in a bathtub. I am so excited. We're going to be able to help so many women and children, guys. Thank you so much for all of your contributions. As you can see, we're doing the work. And this will be our kitchen. So as you guys can see, we're in the process of having this painted. We're going to install a stove, a refrigerator, some new kitchen cabinets, a new kitchen sink. This right here is actually going to be cut out. This is going to be an entrance into the... For those of you that don't know, hold on one second. Let's look at this. For those of you that don't know, I was awarded Auntie Angie's house. May 1st is officially Auntie Angie's Appreciation Day, guys, in Fulton County. So thank you all so much for all the work that you guys have done to help us get Auntie Angie's house off of the ground. County commissioners, some of our babies, and we've gone such a long ways, guys, from where we started. So I just wanted to tell you guys I appreciate you. See the work. Thanks for your continued support. Okay, you guys can get back to the conversation now. I'm sorry. I just
proud of you, Auntie Angie. Make
Uh,
sure y'all
we
donate.
we
Make sure
probably
y'all donate.
Angie, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are are you still for Trump or RFK? I know Trump didn't endorse you.
I support them both, and I think that it gives us an
Yeah,
opportunity
because a lot of
to
people
have
say
two options.
you flip. A lot of people say you flip flop and stuff like that. But I was real confused even when I followed you on IG. I was wanting to know you for Trump
No,
or not.
it's like having two friends, in a race. I support them both. I knew Kennedy before he decided to run for president, and he happened to hire me as one of his advisors. I have a lot of respect for Kennedy.
Nah, I got me some chips.
I believe
Okay. All
we
right.
have more than one option because a lot of black people don't feel comfortable coming all the way over to the Republican Party for obvious reasons. And I spoke about this before in the beginning about how having Kennedy on the ballot gives us an option to come together and kind of heal the divide. I think when it comes to Trump and Biden or Republican and Democrats, it's like you got to pick a side. But when it comes to us coming to the middle, addressing our issues and finding solutions that work for everybody, I think that that's a middle ground. But I'm gonna give the mic back over you guys. Thank you all for your continued support. Thank you
One
all.
one thing one thing I can
Yeah.
say just from observation is that Miss Stanton positions herself to be in the best place for her constituency. Politics ain't gang banging, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, things shift, things change, and as a politician, you got to position yourself where you can do the most for your constituency, which is your people. So, you know, it ain't a surprise that if people shift or have to make moves, it's all a part of strategy.
Right.
Yeah, it's not
Oh
that
yeah.
serious. People that the way black Trump supporters been treated in 2020, even up until now, it's like these people can't be president forever, man. So it's like people is like using Trump or Biden or really just Trump as a way to just as an excuse to hate, really, because you can't hate somebody you don't know that much to where the people that's voting for them, you just down talking them, calling them names or whatever. It's just crazy, man. People too invested in you know, in the spectacle of it because they don't even know what's going on in their local election.
Well, like the brother said earlier, and he's been spitting nothing but facts and truth. Uh, People get too caught up in their emotions. It's about policies. You don't know these people personally. That goes back to the media having a stronghold on the minds of the people because whatever the media spews, people tend to believe in it and not doing their proper research. So you got people saying Trump is a racist, Trump is this, Trump is that, right? None of them really never did any research on this. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem with a lot of black people. We too emotional, and we don't understand the political game. For one, we fail to understand because we so used to other people telling us who to vote for, what to think, how to move. See, that's the thing about us. You know what I mean? So that's the major problem. Like this brother, man, whoever this guy is, man, I salute you, man, because if people really listening, a man giving you some real live game on how to move out here, because everything is strategic and stuff like that. We are in a war, so you have to move strategically out here. Like you say, invest in yourself, the food and all those things, man. He's speaking the truth. And let's be realistic. All black people are not going to unite just as well as all white, all Asians. That's not going to happen. What you can do is build with the people that's like-minded, that understands what's going on. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have things in place, when this stuff falls, you screwed. Like I'm in Houston. We had my power was out for 5 days. People were crying. Uh, uh, people dying. Why? Some failed to prepare. Thank God I was prepared. But these are the things that's in our country right now, not just weather related, but other things. So we have to be prepared. Once again, it's not just about color and political part. We all under attack. We all under attack. So the white man you work with and live next door to, he's under the same system, may not believe the same or have the same ideology you have, but we're under the same plan. That's to destroy us. We're under attack. It's a silent war, like the brother said, with the healthcare and all of those people, all of those corporation entities, they work together.
Well, it ain't
They work
silent. Bill
together.
Gates said he want to reduce the population. They tell us everything they doing. They been
Right.
said it.
Right. But see, we don't understand that because once again, we don't understand the political. We don't understand when it comes to politics, even world politics. We the only ones that allow entertainers and athletes to tell us and dictate to us who we should vote for. You don't see no other group of people, celebrities, why coming out saying, now they may say little stuff in the media, but you don't see those people making videos saying, hey, black people, y'all vote and endorse this. We the only people allow this. Why? Because we don't understand the political game. Like the brother say, these people are bought, they're sold, they are compromised. So you should never follow a celebrity for one. You should never follow a celebrity. You see what I'm saying? Like anybody, you should think for yourself. You do your own research and you come up with your own you check the facts. You don't let nobody tell you what's going on and this and that, and you don't do the proper research. That's how you easily be deceived, which
Well,
we
that
always
requires
do.
reading. And if you want to
Well,
hide something from my people, you know where to put it.
well, that goes back to us and once again as individuals. If you don't understand how this stuff works, you're going to lose. Like sports, football, it has what rules, right? If you don't understand the rules, then you're going to fail. You're going to lose. It's not just about playing on the field. It starts with the rules. Who dictate the rules, right?
And
The pass interference, all of those things. So we don't understand this. And then when you try to explain it to a lot of us, we get mad because we too emotionally caught up because we listen to P. Diddy. We listen to all these clowns tell us vote or die. What does that mean, vote or die? Like we this is all if we don't vote for Biden, we dead. This is the crap that we allow these people to dictate to us. And then they're after the youth. That's the thing. See, they're after the youth because those are the ones who are going to be in office the next 20 years. So they're after their young mind. They don't care about if you 40 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus, they're
Exactly.
not concerned about you. They want this is why they feminizing the men, the young boys, because if they ever have a rise up in this country, these young boys are so feminine, they wouldn't even they wouldn't even bear arms. They this is what's going on. People don't understand what's at stake.
But
This
you
is why
see
they
the
going.
difference between Gen Z in America and Gen Z over in Africa. They like I say, they
They're
trying to
not
make them
compromised.
people pay. They trying to make them people pay taxes, man. And we over here paying. They like we not trying to hear none of that.
the
And
Yeah,
difference,
but
those are all young people in the streets, man.
the,
See,
the
see, the
yeah,
thing
difference,
is, a lot of the young people is waking up though. You know what I'm saying?
the
Slowly
difference
but surely.
between the difference between Gen Z in America and what's going on overseas is that people not even studying the breakdown, the classification, and the divide and conquer tactics.
right.
It ain't no Gen Z. I'm
Yeah,
gonna give y'all a quick disclosure. I'm talking to you from Central America. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I've been investing here and doing things here in Central America for many years. In case it hit the fan. So that's where I'm talking to you from, right? And
Man,
I'm gonna tell you straight up that people are not studying that American trendy bullshit. You
Of course
understand?
right.
If
not.
you following the trends, you in the kill box. You got to
Yeah,
get
that's so
ahead of the
true.
trends. You got to be a pioneer in your
Right,
spirit. When Malcolm X said any means necessary, it ain't just mean picking up the gun and defending yourself,
right,
and it meant doing what's necessary in a pioneering fashion, where you make sure you got good food, good water, good infrastructure to be able to survive after the fact. The war's on. You understand?
right.
You got to be able to survive through it and beyond it. You understand? And that's what's important. I want to say, the brother, you ain't said nothing but the truth. Um, bless up to Texas. Bless up to the Republic. A lot of people don't know about Texas. Texas, was and is originally a republic, and that's a
Right.
big reason why the first black Republicans came up out of Texas because Texas is a freedom zone. You
You're right.
understand?
You're
So
right.
and unlike a lot of places in the world that have become like urbanized and over metropolized and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So God bless Texas, and I guarantee you this: when the ish hit the fan, it's going to be some trouble. It's going to be some chaos, but I guarantee you, Texas will be one of the main places still standing for sure. Um,
Yeah.
now, the American superstate. I want to say something about that. Then I want to go back to Trump. The assassination.
Hmm.
Um, Another thing that we have to watch out for and understand, they're playing in our face. They introduced an influx of Venezuela migrants into many of the major cities, so that
Hmm.
there can be a full all out gang war, which is going, because a lot of our babies is going to fall into that. It's sad to say,
Hmm.
and we're going to lose a lot of our population, and that's just a sad fact. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Right now, it's so many Venezuelans in Chicago that the different sets, GDs, vice lords, all of that are getting together and declaring collaborative war councils
Hmm.
where they can work against them. So it's going to be some
It's
major,
so bad
major.
the Black Panthers
Chicago,
went to the Republicans.
It's,
That's how drastic. They just all they did a press conference and the Black Panthers out there. They're like, look, we gotta. The Democrats not doing nothing for us. Y'all gonna have to feel. If y'all feel some kind of way, I guess gonna have to feel some kind of way. We over here on the red side now because
Chicago's getting more. Chicago's getting more worse. Oakland,
yeah,
California,
yeah.
and
New York.
NYC is getting even more worse. Man, these Democrats out here are finished,
in
man. They're
Venezuela
so
just
finished.
joined BRICS.
Well, I
BRICS
brought
is
that. I brought
currently
that. I brought that up to give shed light
Right.
on the strategic movement, so y'all can see the strategic move, right? So
Yeah.
the most threatening people to their plan is anybody that got guns. You
of
understand?
course.
Right.
Anybody. Remember that word I said earlier, untreadable. Anybody that can
Right.
situate themselves and establish themselves where they can't be treaded on by opposing forces, right? And what they're doing
Right.
is they're trying to wipe out, people in that classification, so that it's easy to tread on the regular civilian populations. Remember, y'all, gangs, man. We've been bamboozled, man. Remember, even the gangs, man. It started out as something that was a community-based situation, protecting,
Right.
our folks in the inner city that was migrating, in from the south and didn't really, know how things work, and was getting, abused by, white folks at the time. So, all of what we have now is something that they've designed and carefully crafted. And I want you to notice that's not a conspiracy theory. All you got to do is
Right.
go back to history and you'll see it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's important. Just like now, where they're trying to separate black people from other black people in the Americas, Central America, the
Yep.
Caribbean. I'm gonna
Africa.
tell y'all
Hmm.
why that's so ignorant, right? The first, now remember that America just had a limited amount of states before the Spanish American War, right?
Hmm.
During the Spanish American War, we took a lot of places over: Texas, Florida, Nevada. We took it from the Spanish, and that even includes a lot of places in Central America. The first
Right.
Passport Brothers was the 9th and 10th Cavalry, which I know as the Buffalo Soldiers. That's why they're
Hmm.
held in such high esteem all throughout Central America and the Caribbeans, because a lot of them fathered a lot of the Black Seas down here. You understand? The
Hmm.
connection is deep. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them ostracize you. Don't let them parochialize you into believing that there's not connection. Y'all had long reach, even into the Philippines. The Buffalo Soldiers were stationed in the Philippines. You understand? So anywhere there was a Spanish colony that America took over that's now under America jurisdictions, they sent the black soldiers that could live in jungle, that could do jungle warfare to those areas to claim those areas on behalf of the United States government. You understand?
Right.
So if you know that history, you ain't gonna fall for any of the trash that's coming out now. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, you're going to be easily fooled. And that's important. We got to teach our children this. We got to let them know what's going on. Texas is a rich bastion of history because a lot of the freedom came out of there. Your National Park Service in the United States was founded by the Buffalo Soldiers, black men.
Right. Yeah.
That's why they got the buffalo as their symbol. But you don't know this. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we keep talking, we bring up a lot of bullshit ass stereotypes about ourselves that's not real. That's just buzzwords to ingrain things into our mind. They call that psychic driving. That's an MK Ultra tactic. It's a psychological warfare tactic. When you say something over and 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 over again, you become you start believing it, and the generations that come under you start believing it. And I'm just want to let y'all know it's all false. Black people are not lazy. Black people are not an underclass. Like I said, we built this thing 10 times over, and they distinctly, strategically tore us down each time we started beating them. You understand? The black man of the South is not an inferior man. Actually, he's a superior man because most of them know how to go to ground and feed themselves when the shit hit the fan. You understand? But we believe, and that's real.
They think we're inferior. Yeah, because we're from the South,
that's real.
like you brought up.
And that's real. I'm gonna tell y'all that 100%. You know, I grew up in New York, Washington, D.C., all types of areas, and I'm gonna tell you, the baddest, most sustainable, long-living MFers that I ever seen in my life was from the South. People that wasn't trying to be televised and over-popularized, doing their thing, running hunting dogs, raising fish, digging fish ponds and all kind of things. You understand?
Right.
So those are the people that I chose to acclimate myself with because that's what was real in my mind, not all the BS and the bravado.
The one thing I want to know, I'm a 90s baby. I'm in my 30s. I'm 31 years old. For years I've been in high school. We should have been learned. We should have been learned all this. We black folks. We so brainwashed. We so fucked up. The white man may have fucked up, but we fucked up ourselves for fighting each other and doing this and that, and then the other ways is the folks are laughing at us. But we should have been learned about stuff. The fact is, we've been holding ourselves back from learning all this. Even if I spoke out in class about all this, which I haven't learned, I wish I had a computer back in 08, 07 and learned all this. I would have been in trouble. Because you know how black folks are with the kids. You know how black folks are. The kids are very strict with their kids. Like, why we didn't learn all this stuff now, back in the old 2000s and stuff like that? We were so scared to mention any of this, to say any of this. Even if we knew all the stuff, you know how strict our parents are, they'll get on us and stuff like that. It's like we were scared to learn our own history.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I tell you why we don't, and there's a specific reason. Again, it's strategic, right? I've had the benefit of sitting down and having dinner and breaking bread with Scheherazade Ali and getting all types of insights on things she was going through and how they were marginalizing her and making things hard for their family. And what I'm trying to tell you is that if you go to war and you are not untreadable, if you go to war and you care about the things that they control, that they can twist and manipulate you and twist your arm, then you're going to fold. And that's the thing about sustainability. Like, if they can't see, people worried about getting rent when they should be worried about food.
Man.
direct from the ground. Not, like, I mean, I understand where they are and how they're locked into that, but the rent ain't what's most important. And a lot of them will pay the rent to keep the roof over their heads, and the babies ain't getting no food. But the food is the most important, because you ain't gonna get out your circumstances if you don't have the energy and the nutritional gains that you need to power that brain to get out.
You're right.
Independent publishing, we destroyed that. We laughed at the brothers who used to be on the corners independently publishing the books, getting this information out, peddling this information on the streets. We marginalized them because their books didn't look as good as the small hash books did. The covers didn't look as great. It looked a little bit more bootleg. But I'm gonna tell you here that for years there was people out there peddling information and pumping information and producing information outside of the school system. It's a school system, brother. A
Yes, it
Yeah.
federally
is.
run
Yes. Can I
school system.
interject really quick? Yes, it is a school system. I will say I used to be a fourth grade and fifth grade elementary teacher, and I learned early that is part of it is absolutely the school system. As a community, we are told to send our children to these schools, and we don't get involved, unfortunately. But we've been told to send our children to these schools, and they brainwash us in the schools. And on the flip side, it's the same for white kids. White kids are
That's
also brainwashed. So we can't put it up. We can't point the finger solely at white people. It's been by design. It's
that's
been
what
by
I've been
design. It's
saying.
been by design up until this point why we are called black. I don't know if anyone followed the brother Dane Calloway on YouTube, but it's been a lot of things with the Black Boule to get us to
Yeah.
buy into this illusion of being black, and black is proud. We don't even
Yeah,
know who we are originally or
we don't.
whatnot. So, a lot of it comes from us being in. I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina, and one of the first quote unquote black neighborhoods here is the Warnersville community. My grandma and them grew up here, and it was started by what you call a Quaker back in the late 1800s, and you got to be careful with some of them too because they was tricky as well. But he
Yep.
bought all these land. He bought this big plot of land in South Greensboro, lotted it off, and sold it to former quote unquote slaves. Not all of us are slaves, but that's another conversation
No.
for another time.
Right.
However, during the course of those years, my grandma and them, they told me, they was like, Jamel, we never had to interact with white people. We had our own businesses, we had our own schools, we had our own churches, we had our own teachers, our own doctors.
Yeah.
That,
Only
Especially in
time we saw
Carolina.
white
yeah.
people,
That's the
the
same thing
only
my mom told me.
the only time we saw white people is if we went downtown for Woolworth. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you
Woolworth. I
follow.
remember Woolworth store.
Yeah, them some good hot dogs, buddy. Them some good hot dogs at Woolworth.
In Moore
But if you
Haven.
But
Oh, my
over
bad.
the years, as I studied the Warnersville community, unfortunately, they won't register as a national, whatever you call it. They won't register it as like a heritage
Store.
neighborhood, right? Historical neighborhood. But as I study, I see that during the time of Reconstruction, or not necessarily Reconstruction, but in the late 50s, the Democrats and the federal government came in, tore through that neighborhood, built housing projects, took away their businesses. And I was reading not too long ago one of the first black high schools in Greensboro, Dudley High School. Kamala Harris visited a few weeks ago, and there was a white lady that heckled her in the audience, and I thought that was staged, but that's another conversation for another time. But Dudley High
Right.
School, when they first started talking about integrating schools, they wanted to close down every black school in the city of Greensboro, from
Wow.
elementary to high school. And you start to think, why? Why? Integration one was terrible for us. That's just my opinion. That's
That's a
just my
fact.
opinion for another time.
Hey,
But
you know,
I just wanted to say we we blame our people, but our people has been told, one, to buy into this system. We wanted to be American citizens, and there's a whole nother thing that comes with that. So we bought into this system, we're in the system, and then if we don't send our children to these schools, they put us in jail like Kamala Harris used to do. But I
yeah,
think the
man.
original question that Angela opened up was, what has Kamala done for black people?
She hasn't done
Well,
shit.
She hadn't done
Not a damn
anything,
thing.
unfortunately. And before her and Joe Biden stole the presidency, let's just call a duck a duck,
And a
call a
lot of
spade a
these
spade.
idiots out here
I
still
agree.
gonna vote. And a
She
lot of
did
these
say
idiots out here still gonna
she
vote
did
for them. They don't care.
exactly. She did say that she wasn't going to do anything specifically for black people. That's but well, obviously that's beneficial because she's done things and pushing on black people, but it ain't been beneficial for our community. And it is sad that
Right.
people are not waking up to it because I have friends who are, stone cold Democrats, and I'm like, the evidence is there. They see it. They
They don't
even
care.
say it, they still ignore to fight up against it. So, it's just one of those things of our people just been really, really, really programmed. And unfortunately, we
Hmm.
have these big. I seen somebody put in the comment section earlier that we talk in these big circles and it's not really helping our people. And I agree to an extent. I agree to an extent. However, the word of God does say one plant the seed, another one will come water it.
Uh-huh.
So we got to continue to keep planting these seeds and believing and trusting in God that somebody gonna come back and water it, and our people gonna continue to. And people are waking up, and the younger generation
Oh
is
yeah,
waking up,
that's
and
what
Yeah,
I'm
they are
trying to
Yeah,
loud
tell
and
that's
old
proud.
that
boy. He
that's that
waking up.
yeah,
that's that stereotype
yeah.
again, like
It's the
the
old
sacred.
comfortable Negro that's still voting Democrat for the
Yeah,
most
that's
part,
that.
man.
That's
See them
those are
boulets.
those stereotypes we got to stay away from again because the sacred word or sword, the word is the sword, and we
Right.
all gotta
Yeah.
and people do pick up on these things and use them and make connections because you never know who's who, how you can connect
Right.
with them, and how they moving, and that's the reality of these circles. It's not that we just talking in circles. It's
Exactly.
Yeah.
this is it has to be a circle now, and the reason why that's clanship. The thing we lost with
Mm.
integration was clanship, and believing that feudalism was over, and it's never been over. We just been the fools thinking that we moving on up to a deluxe compartment apartment in the sky, and we ain't got to worry about connecting, interacting, exchanging, passing that verb stick around. So this is something that must be done. And then on top of that, like the brother said, it must be watered, and it must be cultivated. And that's just this is real. You know what I'm saying? So stop all that
Yeah.
Uncle Ruckus shit and complaining about things and get on board and participate.
But
What you just said.
a lot of black folks won't take heed to this because they don't care. They still vote these lunatics in office like Camel Toe and stuff like that. They don't care. Even though I understand that black folks are not monoliths and stuff like that. People have different mindsets
And
and
you
stuff
can't
like
save
that.
everybody either. And you
Nah,
can't just
nah.
shut up.
A purge is but people don't understand that a purge is a healthy part of nature. And you know what? In nature, the most unintelligent things in their species perish to make way for the
Right.
survivors, the more resilient. And that's just what happens. It
That's the
sounds cold.
human nature.
It
Right.
sounds cold, but it's not. And we make this mistake of thinking that everybody's supposed to be on the boat. Hell no, the boat has a limited capacity. You put
Yeah.
too many people on the ark,
Exactly.
it's gonna sink. So it's like
Right.
it's only meant for those that get activated when they hear certain encodes, certain words, certain vibrations,
There
and
you
certain
go.
flow. History is the key, y'all. Everything y'all
Right.
talking about, y'all 100% on point, but if you look at a little bit of history, everything always makes sense. It always comes out to
Mm.
making sense of why the HBCU toting people are usually the most sellout people is because the way
Boule.
that stuff was established.
Right.
The only university that was established on our behalf was by Booker T. Washington, and it was for trade, coding, agricultural technology, and things like that. Everything
Well,
else
here's the
was
kicker, though. They used to have trades in high school.
yeah,
Yep.
and
And
they
then
And
they
music.
realized that our people were good with their hands and we made money. Like you think about in the 40s, 50s, 60s, when our people was working at like those manufacturing companies like GM, them people was making bread back then. But
Yeah.
it's
Right.
systemically they came in, took away pensions, took those jobs away, reduced the pay. Now you work in a manufacturing job, and the most you're gonna make is what, $20, $25 an
You on
hour,
a
the
salary
most.
cap.
And
Yeah, because back in the day,
that's the
a
third
lot of
wave,
those older
brother.
people was buying assets. Like my grandfather, right? He had several acres of land in North Carolina, in like Bladen County, right? So people use this land it's a black hunting club out there. People grow crops on there. They rent it out. I've been renting out for my family for years, right? So I thought the other day, I'm like, I have a lot of successful people in my family, a lot of college educated and all that, but till this day, the only one who has still brought all of that land is still my grandfather. So I think that the age of the granddaddy of that, that's passing down stuff is fading out too. Because a lot of these kids, a lot of these guys are not even on the track to even owning nothing, right? So that means they're not gonna be able to pass nothing down to their kids.
No, they're not.
Well,
They're
can I
still
say
gonna be
this?
in this
Can I say?
brainwash. Okay,
Hey,
go ahead.
can I say this? Not to cut you guys out, like what the brother said about the trades. Now, if you 40, 50 plus, you came up in the era under the trades. Now, what happened
Absolutely.
was we fell for the degrees over the
Yep.
trades, right? So this is how they trick us, right? Now, as a man, every man should know how to use their mind and their hands, whether it's build, grow, whatever. So this is another strategic plan they have to get the men not men anymore. So now you got, that's no knock against degrees, but this is where we fell at. My grandparents, my father, military, everything, they knew how to build, grow, because they come from the country, East Texas. Same with me. My father taught me how to do the same. But where it's gotten off at is the people, blacks fell for the degrees now, right? So everybody chasing degrees and then getting into the corporate world to make money. Now, back to what I was saying about the trades. Now, back then, you had grandpa and them, but great grandpa and them, they didn't even go to school, let alone get a high school diploma, but they knew how to build, right?
Right,
They knew
but
how to till the ground.
here's the flip even with the
Hold on, hold on, hold
trades.
on.
So
Hold on, hold on,
because
hold on, hold on. Hear
you
me out, hear
start
me out.
having to have certifications for trades now.
That's what I'm trying to say, because they have cornered the market. Now you have
Yep.
to get an associates to get a simple trade. All the trade is building, carpeting. That's hands-on experience, bro. You don't have to go to no technical college for this stuff. This is how they tricked us, bro.
That's
Because once
crazy.
You know,
again,
You
you can,
you
you're
know
you
them
can,
right.
you can, you
certificates. Them certificates is what we call the paper chain, and
right.
that's exactly why I moved to a part of the world where all you got to do is have the reputation for knowing what the hell you doing. You know
That's
what I'm
it.
saying? And that's it. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then I see it now. Not to cut y'all, bro. These men now, they don't even know how to build. If something breaking their house, they don't know how to do nothing. Like, this is sad. And I blame some, don't get me wrong, some been raised without a father or men around to teach them. But as a man, you should know how. So for one, whatever situation you in, you should have some kind of awareness to get yourself out. If you in a home somewhere where you live, you should know how to fix the things and build the things around you. That is number one required. Back in the days, 50, 60, 70 years ago, that was required as a man. You could not be a man and not know how to build, till the ground, hunt, fish. That's the whole becoming of a man. The father, the grandfather taught the boy how to become a man. So now we brag on degrees, we brag on BS. But see, now people not understand the world is going into reverse. Y'all noticing all the power outage grid fed they're telling you now? They're getting the people prepared, rolling blackouts
Oh
across
yeah,
the
it's
world.
coming.
They're getting the people prepared for a blackout. And
It's
once a
coming.
blackout
It's
occurred,
definitely coming.
these people can't go to the stores to buy food. They don't know how to grow food. They don't know how to go fish. These people are in trouble. That's the thing. I've been telling my people this for 15 years now. Hey man, y'all better get y'all stuff together. I say they're turning these lights off. They're about to turn these lights off. They're getting you prepared. This is why they're doing these rolling blackouts. They're getting people, see how the people can tolerate it. And so they're going to turn it off in the name of Russia attack. This is what these people working on. And it's like you know, other people understand it. But when you talk to people that looks like you, they don't believe it. And I'm like, you as a man, you should know if you like the brother said, the Second Amendment. You don't get guns just to shoot up your area. Guns is like a tool. It's for you can do everything with a
It's
gun.
protect
You
your
can
land
hunt,
and your family.
you
Period.
right,
That's
and you
it.
put food on the table. But as men, this is what we should get back to. And if you have a family and young men, even young girls, you teach them how to fend for themselves. Because we're not going in forward. We're going in reverse, bro.
Oh,
We're headed to a hard reset. We're heading into a hard reset. And once the people, because they got us where they want us. The average man outside the country, boys, the city guys, majority of them, and I'm a city guy, but I grew up old school. A lot of them don't know how outside of going buy food or rob and steal for food, they don't even know how to put food on their table. So guess what's going to happen if it collapses where you can't go to the stores for 2 weeks or a month? Guess what's going to happen? You're going to perish. You're going to feed on each other. You're going to kill each other over food. These people like in Houston, let me give y'all a quick analysis. Houston, right? This is what they did years ago.
mhm.
They put military
Oh
uh,
yeah, so
places right along the freeway, the highway. So how they got it now is
oh yeah,
we
man.
got a highway 99 which runs outside of Houston. So now they got military places staged. So if they ever have to shut the city down, they're going to shut 99 down. Anything within 99, you can't get in, you can't get out. This is what they did. This is in every major city now. People
Yeah.
not paying attention. They did it for a reason. Because if something happens, you're going to feast on yourselves. They're not coming in. So men got to understand is like, bro, we're heading into a hard reset. Like the brother say, growing your own food, stacking up on things that you need, supplies, different things, medical supplies, bug out backpacks, survival backpack. If you live in the city, you make sure you have protection on you and stuff like that. If you gotta walk, make sure you healthy enough. Where if you gotta run, jog, all that. This is the stuff that that we need to be doing instead of
I'm
buying
glad,
this, buying that.
yo.
That's
I'm so glad you teach me this because one of my family members, my uncle father never taught me shit. I had to learn all this on my own. I'm glad you teach me this, man, because I'm 31 years old. I'm learning what you're saying now.
right, right, right. As men, this is what required. Like the brother say, see, one thing about white men that I've noticed from the city ones to the country. What they do is they always think it's survival and they teach their offspring. If you ever go, I'm a hunter and a fisherman, right? So when I go to the gun range or to the when I go shoot my bow and arrow, you know who I see in there? Families of young kids, wife, husband. I rarely see blacks, especially in archery. I never see blacks in there, but this is what I see. And I'm like, wow, these people understand. They understand, even though they're just as brainwashed as we, but they understand one simple thing that's war and survival. Those people understand that. See, they teach their kids, so if their kids in a situation, they know what to do. Now, our kids, we giving them Jordans, an iPad, and a smartphone, and they talking about they swag and they fly, buying them all this stuff, and they can't even figure out if they got lost at the next corner. They couldn't even know how. They don't even know how to get back to their own original house. That's sad.
Well,
This
that's
is
what I'm
what we
saying.
this
They don't know how to read a map, and
right.
I know a lot of I know a few girls and kids that are like 18, between 18 like 21, 22, and they read like they tell me what's going on. And the kids don't, and I suggest won't you just you know the military, right? That's been the thing in the black community for you. The army ain't no place for the black man, right? Like we
But
definitely got to
blacks
stop.
already blacks was always militant though,
Right,
bro.
right. That's what I'm saying because
Yeah.
even when I went in, I didn't even know how many people in my family before me. I was just carrying on tradition, right? So, but in there, you learn basic survival skills. Like if
Hmm.
they turn the grid off, you need to know where you're at. You need to at least need to know how to read a map. Bare minimum. You ain't gonna be be too reliant on technology. Is basically what I'm saying. So, like, if you're growing up in New York, you're not growing up in an environment like where you're going to be learning certain things.
Well,
It's
you
the
go to upstate New York. You go to
yeah,
upstate.
well,
You
yeah,
go
and
to
like
the
in
you
Rochester, I
go
lived
to
in Rochester before.
right.
You know, even up there, because you know, with black people, we got and people got to go to work, man. That whole work thing, man. When you got to go to work, you don't got. You may want to do a lot of things, but your whole life, your whole schedule is based on work, and
But
that's why
bro,
protesting don't work because eventually people got to go home and go to work.
that's yeah, that's true. But that's more of an excuse, right?
That's by
Because if
No,
design
not an
too.
others
excuse.
find
I'm
ways
just
to
saying
do it,
that's why
if
if they
no.
don't
We
tap
all
in with
have.
their
What I'm saying
relatives in
is,
the
in the
South. Like I have relatives in the South, right? So I seen to the both sides, right? But I know a lot of people that did not.
right,
It's an excuse. It's just the reality. Just for whatever the reason is, I ain't giving
brother.
nobody no excuse. I'm just saying,
No. What I'm saying is, upstate New York and New York City is totally different worlds, right?
right? Of
More
course,
rural. Those people more living up, land while growing stuff like agriculture. So what I'm saying, even in cities, bro, even in New York City, you have rivers and everything run through there, abundance of food, right? Same way down here in Houston, abundance of food, right? Vegetate. You have to know what to do, right? In a situation. If you need food, there's a abundance of hog, there's abundance of squirrel, there's just different things, fish that you even plants. You got to know your vegetation. That stuff you can buy books in in your local area. They have books on different plants you can learn about, different stuff, medicinal plants at that. So that's what I'm saying is we have to get back into that. We've been sold into
Can
this
I?
especially.
Yeah, we do
Go
have to
ahead.
get
Hello,
back into it.
sir. Can I speak? So let me ask you
Yes.
a question. The gentleman that's in Central America, right? It's very interesting that you're saying that. First of all, thank you for your service. I appreciate you. Thank you for putting your life on the line for us. Secondly, I would like to ask you, what made you choose Central America? Because I'm noticing an uptick of that. Some people from here, from New Orleans, have told me they're going out there. They got land. They got X, 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 Y, and Z, and they're creating a habitat, for themselves, a secondary home for themselves there. And I found that to be interesting because I'm just analyzing this.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for your kind words. So the reason why I chose is because I had a good grip on the history, the historical connections. Like I was telling you about, the Buffalo Soldiers and so on and so
Mm,
forth. Also, there's been over the years. I don't know if y'all, any of y'all that's old enough to remember, like during the '80s, the news used to be filled with like all of the stories about Central America War and how crazy it
Yes.
was. Well, part of that was a Operation Mockingbird situation, where they was trying to purge the indigenous
mm,
black populations out
mm,
of the region to make way for more what they call mestizo Spanish
mm,
kind of
mm,
oriented people to take over the lands and to fill up the
mm,
areas. Black people in America don't realize that before the ships stopped in the 13 colonies, most of the
mm,
people that came from the Spanish colonies that was originally set up in Central America, South America, and all those areas. It's huge black populations. Even Belize it was so many black people in Belize that it's an English speaking country in the middle of
Mm.
Central America. That's the official language. So the thing is that there's a rich connection to
mm.
Louisiana. There's a rich connection to Texas.
Sir, that's where I live at. I live in New Orleans. And
Yeah,
to that
yeah. So
point, right? My son, my youngest son, I told y'all he's been to so many countries by himself. The boy ain't but 25. He probably been to 40, 50 countries, right? Guess what he was planning? He didn't tell me this, but my other daughter told me. She said, "Mom, that's where he wants you to be when you retire." So he's already looking at it, and he wanted me to go there for a month, right? He said, "Mom, I want you to get out of the U.S. I want you to go to Central America. I just want you to go for a month. You have to understand it's bigger than what you see, right?" So much like we were talking about education, right? There's different education there are institutions, learning institutions, right? Well, there are certain institutions that teach you to be a worker, and there's certain institutions that teach you to be a leader. My son went to, he's an academius. So this son went to one of the schools. One of my children went to HBCUs, right? The other one, he went to the institutions that point the fingers. So he doesn't speak much, but I just watch the way that he moves, right? He does not get tangled up with materialism like most young people do. He don't care about that. He's just
That's a
looking at
good trait,
something,
man.
and he does not speak much to me because I feel like he feels as if I would not understand how he sees things. But he's been in those rooms. He's been in those rooms. He went to school with a lot of, there was a CNN reporter's child that went to school with him that was flying to school on private jets, and he saw through all this old fly fake stuff. He sees it totally different. Now his degree, he's saying, "Mom, I feel like a man is not a man unless he uses his hands." So I know that he's talking amongst her circle, and he sees things differently, right? He doesn't even credit his degree like he did at first. He's just looking at all of it. It's just a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors. And when I try to talk to him, I say, "Well, son, I feel like the banking institutions run America, right?" And so he's like, needless to say, Mom, it's bigger than that. So he won't tell me, like go into it because he feels like I won't understand it because he
He,
feels
he,
like
he
sometimes
sound like
I'm in.
he sound like a
Hmm?
young man after my own heart, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me tell you this: one of the things that he may not
Hmm.
be. I'm gonna tell you why he's not telling you, right? And
Okay.
it hurts people sometimes, but
Uh-huh.
he don't want you to tell it all before it
Mm.
get done. You understand? And that's just
Mm.
real. And I'm telling you that as being a young man that moved and operated the same way. You
Mm.
understand? I started out in construction, civil
Mm.
engineering, and was able to
Mm.
stack my chips up to the PhD level.
Mhm.
So I'm
Mhm.
very valued in my profession. I've actually worked on projects where I've built bunkers for a lot of these people. So that's the reason why I know a lot of the things that I know. So another reason why Central America is it because when you're in a place where shit is going to hell, you want to put yourself in a place where it's going to be the easiest to survive, and there's food and medicine everywhere, clean water, all of that strategically. That's just very important. You can't, like, I feel for my brothers and sisters who say, "Yo, I'm gonna get land in North Carolina and all of that," but if it ain't unincorporated, if it ain't around some pristine sources where you can sustain yourself for multiple generations, it's really your training ground to get to somewhere else where you got
Hello.
more longevity. And that's just real. A
Mm.
lot of us are so American that
I
we don't want to go outside them borders.
I try to
And
learn. I
Mm.
try to learn all these things, even though I'm in my 30s. So I never learned any of it, even when I graduated from Morehaven High School back in 2011.
Mhm.
I tried to learn. I tried to learn all these things. Your son, he's different. He's different from me. He's probably like
Mhm.
years younger. He's probably like years younger than me and learn all this stuff by himself. And what I never learned when I was in my 20s. I'm 31 years old
And
now.
he has friends. He keeps friends from all different races. It's so interesting. His friend group is like a plethora, and their
But
relationships are
but
divine because they're very intelligent kids.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
he used to play this game. Y'all know? Are you familiar with this game, sir? There's a game that you're a different world leader. They would get online and play this game together, right?
hmm hmm
Mhm.
And like his
yeah.
country would be this, and they dealt with world affairs. These kids were different. These are some very unique kids. But he would, if I try to ask him about these things, he won't open up to me. But like you're saying, sir, he was trying to protect me in a sense of trying to
Yeah,
just
because he
do
can't
it.
he can't he can't tell you too much, ma'am, unless he can move you into the
Right.
space. Another thing I want
Right.
to say too is don't
Mm,
ostracize your veterans. Don't marginalize your veterans and government service workers, because one thing that they do know is that they know how to live good in the most rudimentary and basic of situations. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And that's important too, because a lot of the things where people won't make the move and do what they have to do is because it's that little bougie lock in their brain that they can't get past, and they like, yo, how I'm gonna give up my job? And I'm gonna just give y'all a little insight into me, because just to let you know that I'm not just talking mess. I lived in a thatch hutch for 3 years while building my structures down here with my own hands, me and my sons, on a rudimentary level. That's by any means necessary. I
Right.
came from a total different environment than that, and had to temporarily put myself in that environment to pioneer my way into something better. And now we're like the leadership, not just the total leadership, but part of the leadership, in our village here. You know what I'm saying? Because we bring a
Man,
lot of income and things like that here. So all I'm saying is, like, yo, now is the time to you gotta kind of, you gotta shed the stereotypes, you gotta shed the false imagery, the programming, because what y'all don't realize, man, your food, your TV shows, your cartoons, all of those things have programmed you immensely. I
Oh,
see
I
it because,
definitely understand that.
and
yeah. Yo,
those of us that travel, we know, because we see
Right.
the difference. We see the YouTube in the States, how it's a commercial
right.
every 15 seconds, but when you out the
Mm-hmm.
country, you can watch a whole hour, 2 hour YouTube video without any commercial interruptions. You being heavily inundated, and that's all a part of a well-designed, intricate plan to purge a certain number
Right.
of people so that they'll fall to the wayside. And again, I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
tell y'all, if you ain't up on it, and if you're not seeing what's going on, and if you shunning people, because people shunned me in 1999. People
Mm.
shunned me in the early
Yeah,
2000s, and now everybody trying to beat down my door to figure out how they can get here, but they don't have the
Right.
skills, and they
yeah.
think I'm just being a sellout because I'm not
Yo,
extending to them, but
No, you don't supposed
you
to
don't got
extend to
the skills
everybody.
to, you don't got the skills to survive
Yeah.
here. You don't have no
yeah.
basic attributes that we
No.
can use and put together with our troop and go to war, so, and that's what's important.
Yo, can I ask a
No.
question? How old y'all is?
Who,
I'm
me?
dancing to 60, brother. I look and sound a lot younger than I actually am.
Man, I wish that one of y'all was my father right now so I'll learn all this stuff, man. I wish I had a
Hey,
father
man.
like y'all.
Hey, it's how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, you 31. What you do is, it's never too late. What you start to do, you start to look for like-minded people. Whatever you want to
Mentorship.
get into, you look for people that you can help build with. And sometimes they're not going to look like you. So get out of the color. Don't look at the color,
Oh no,
because
I'm
you
not
can
looking
you
at
can.
color.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you can learn from anybody, but wherever you live at, you can get in contact with people, and you'll be surprised that people would show you hands on, because everything is hands on learning. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
building, growing, all of those things are hands on learning. But you it's never too late. So you got to get with the like minded people, and
Let me put
Yeah,
everybody
you
that's
not
on
right.
to
going.
let me put you on to something for a young man like yourself too, that you should consider, right? If you want to
Hmm.
quickly get into the world of self-sufficiency and knowing how to do for yourself, right? If you can't access, you know, older men or mentors that are in that realm, go to your local World Scouting Council
Right.
and volunteer your time as a junior instructor, and you'll learn everything that the youths are learning as far as how to camp, how to do
Hmm.
everything. And that's something you can quickly, gain those skills. You know what I'm saying? And that's just real.
Well, I live down here in Southwest Florida, which is close to Florida. They only have elementary elementary school and daycare and stuff like that. They have a hospital where my brother died. It's not like the other hospital that's all they have. But there's only one. there's only one medical. There's only one medical store that open, and the others are shut, and the others are shut down. Just search. If you come down to Clustered, Florida, where I live at, you understand what I'm talking about.
I know exactly where it is, and I'm gonna tell you, brother. I'm deep into what I'm telling you. I have knowledge of it. I serve on the board for World Scouting, and I'm telling you, there's a World Scouting Council in your area for sure.
Right, they everywhere.
You went to Clustered, Florida?
I know exactly, yo, brother. The nature work that I worked in, I've been everywhere, bro. I know exactly. Even the brother who was talking about the Carolinas, you know what I'm saying? I'm very familiar, with those areas. You know what I'm saying? I'm everywhere.
Even
95, 45, 99, everywhere in the United States. I had to, pass through and
you
hit
know what
those areas.
Harlem? You know what Harlem's at in Clustered, Florida?
I don't know the culture in the areas, but I've been through and I've seen how, how just I'll call it laid back and not much going on. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what you
In the area.
want. Yeah, that's what you want. You sound like you're in the right town, small town. Is that those people live in small towns tend to be more on the survival mode. They more of growing,
Yes, sir.
being more independent. So that you in the right spot.
Florida got gator meat, hog meat.
Right, exactly. You don't want to be in cities. See, that's the thing. See, cities is different than rural towns. Rural towns, those people more of independent survival, or they are more of a group. Like most of them are neighbor. They're more a group. So if something happened, they come together. That's where you want to be. You don't want
unincorporated areas.
Right.
Yes,
you don't want to be in cities where it's going to be every man for himself. Because remember, everything is controlled. The city government control everything. So you're in the right spot.
Yeah, I live in rural area all this time, and I'm worried about all the stuff which I need to be worried about so it doesn't happen. I hope Florida doesn't turn blue and stuff like that, because where I live is Southwest Florida.
Florida ain't turning blue, bro. Florida just like Texas, bro. You gotta understand our mindset is different. That like the brother brought up earlier about Texas.
Yeah,
see,
we don't play.
It's the reason why they're attacking Texas too. See, from a political, they're allowing these people to come through the borders and stuff like that, because Texas
this is why
Texas
Trump is
been asking them for their gold.
They've been asking for their gold
back.
They want to water y'all down.
Yeah, they want to, but see the Texans. I'm not talking about the transplants movement here. I'm talking about the Texans, brother. The color. That's what people don't understand about Texas. Red, white, whatever you want to call it. See, we Texans first, and people can say what they want to say about Texas. But one thing about Texas, though, when it all hit the fan, Texas is gonna still stand, because you got a lot of people here who ready. A lot of people. We already know what's going on. You know what I mean? We understand the political game behind how they're trying to break up our stuff, take our resources, because we are very independent. They're putting together a package called Texas, where they're trying to exit the union. See, they've been working on this for 20 plus years. You see what I'm saying? So these people don't like that. So when Joe Biden got in office, he say there's 8 governors that he's going after. Go pull that up. Why are you going after 8 governors? Because these are the ones who's resisting. Now let me put this out there, and now I yield. When Biden got elected, remember they were talking about gun confiscations, right? If you go back and look, we didn't have constitution to carry, even though you can carry. Texas adopted the constitution to carry. All the southern states started adopting, along with the I think it was not Montana, Dakota, one of them, but they was already strategically putting things in place. See, it's been a war going on. It's been a war. I paid attention to all of this. So, like the brother said, though, their job is they're trying to basically destroy us, and we have been infiltrated. We have been sold, compromised, all of the above. You know what I mean? So the next thing is you have to develop skills and stuff, and not only just the skills, but even with your family and people, where you build a small town or platoon, whatever you want to call it, and y'all able to build, y'all able to protect, y'all able to do whatever y'all need to in times of need.
It's
You know what I
simple.
Yo,
It's
mean?
simple. It's as
yo,
simple
hey
as the
yo,
family reunion.
yo.
And
Right.
that's true.
Let me ask you, the D guy. Let me ask you a question. If you was my father and I was still in my late 17 as a teen, and I learned all this stuff by myself and spoke out in history class and would have got in trouble for it, what would you do to me?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
You said if you learn all these things and you got in trouble for it.
If I spoke out against in history class, because I never learned stuff in history class. If I spoke out against all the wrong things, if I spoke out things that I learned, and my teacher was right, and the teacher was wrong about a lot of things, and I spoke out against it, and you heard that I did. What would you do to me
What?
as my father? What would you do? What would you really
Okay.
do to me as my father?
Well. First off, it depending on the mindset. Now, if I'm still programmed under this programming system, then yeah, I will go against you. But I'm deprogrammed. So what I would teach you is how to move and how to be strategic. You don't argue with everything. You don't. You got it's certain ways you go about doing it. Right.
But why?
That
Why?
brings
But why can't I argue against anything?
because you got to understand, bro. This way bigger is way bigger than you. You got to remember that certain things you speak out against, it can bring strict and quick consequence. If you're not, this is the thing. If you speak out against things, if you want to go to war, if you don't control your food, your water, and different things like that, you can't. You have no leg to stand on, like the brother was saying earlier. So
You
certain
mean if I
things you
was?
got.
You mean if I was
Listen,
back in my 17?
listen, bro. You know how many young men has been killed, assassinated for speaking out? It's way. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's way bigger than that. That's how that comes from having self-discipline and controlling your emotions. Certain things you can speak out on, but it's how you do it. Because remember, it's way bigger than you. If you're shedding light on something that's major, that can blow the head off of something, bro, these people are going to come for you. And if you don't have the things in place, you're done.
Hey, brother,
You're done. You know what I mean? If people, yeah,
can I enter something that might help out real
yes,
quick?
sir.
Check it. Young brother, do you like money?
Yeah, I love money, man.
All right, so
I,
check it. Check it. Money is not paper. Money is the energy that backs the paper. That's why they call it currency, right?
yeah.
So when you're talking about energy, right, you have to be smart with where you place your energy, because if you
Right,
place it in the wrong places, you're gonna waste it.
right.
Right now, what strategic value is it arguing back and forth with the teacher if you're not going to take over the school and take
Yes,
over the whole county for that matter? There's no strategic opportunity. You understand? You keep your nose to the grindstone, you listen to the bullshit, and you keep it moving. But out on your own time, you do what you got to do. What that's supposed to do is just open your eyes.
right.
You understand? When your eyes is open, listen to Dick Gregory, man. When you put on the magic glasses, you can't force them on nobody. You know what I'm saying? Once
Hmm.
you put them on, you can't take them off. You know what I'm saying? And that's just real. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Yep.
but
Once you in a hot war zone, you ain't supposed to bring no energy to yourself and let people know that you're an insurgent and that you against the system, unless you're in
Right.
an area with friendlies and where you can fight a good fight. This guerrilla warfare, we'll never have what we
There you
need
go.
to go against them head on. So just and please don't be offended, but just shut the fuck up and keep it moving. Get behind the lines, and then you can do more damage. You can steal,
Right.
you can pilfer, you can do all kinds of shady shit that they ain't seeing that will enrichen you to the point of where, you know what I'm saying, you take away from them and you can go head to head with them later on. And that's just what it is. There's no argument. If you ask the question, it's all about strategy, and it's all about maintaining and conserving your energy so you got it. Because eventually you ain't going to be 17 no more. You ain't going to be
Hmm.
20. You ain't going to be 30. You understand? You're going to be 50, 60, 70 years old, and you ain't going to be wanting to put out the same energy. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to surround yourself with capable people, that can listen to you, and you can help them strategize to do the dirty handwork that you used to do. And that's just real, brother. It's an intergenerational thing. And that's all I can say. It's not going back and forth. If you like money, then that means you like energy. Conserve your energy and put it in the right place.
If you my father, white did Gregory, and if I did learn all these things, why would you go against what I learned? Like, isn't that a weak move strategy for us black folks?
I don't understand. Please
I don't understand.
reiterate that, brother. I don't understand quite what you're saying.
You said that you was in the mindset you was in the mindset you're unbrainwashed from that mindset. Like I said, if you was my father, yeah, like why would you go against everything that why would you go against me as everything I know if I
Well, I just explained it to you. I said if I was still programmed, once again, you have to pick and choose your battles, like the brother was saying. See, that's the thing. That's what people don't understand. See, you put a spotlight on you that you can't get off, and then you're dealing with the system that has unlimited resources, bro. You're dealing with a system that has unlimited resources, meaning there's nowhere in the world that they can't go if they want you. So once again, you have to understand. Hear what I'm saying. Once again, you have to understand the art of war. Certain things don't require a argument. You got to pick and choose your battle because once again, it's way bigger than you. You got to take your family into consideration. You got to got to understand if you speak out against certain things, you got to be prepared to have a lawyer for one, because they can hit you with bogus charges. They can they gonna assassinate your character and then lock you up and eventually kill you. Or if you don't have those three things in place, along with your own food and water source and your military, where you're able to protect you, you have no leg to stand on. That's the thing. Right. So speaking out against something, you know what I mean? You have to pick and choose your battles because once again, you're dealing with the system. These people are not willing to let their system go. They're willing to destroy this place before their system falls. That's the thing you have to understand, right? Then they have things already in place, military-wise, to where if you do rise up, they already have things in place, brother. Yeah, that's why the brother said you have to keep your head down and stuff like that. And what you do, you deprogram yourself. You see something that's not right. If you see that you're being brainwashed, you deprogram, detox yourself, and then relearn. That's what you do. Then if you have offsprings, now you're starting to teach your offsprings the things, not the program. Because you got to understand, we live in this system where you can't dodge this. You can't dodge this. If you're living in the States, you can't dodge this stuff. No matter if you're off grid, on grid, this is a beast system that we're in, bro. And one man can't beat it. Your argument is not going to beat anything. That's the thing. You have to pick and choose your battles.
I'm trying to do the same thing like Pop did, because he was against the system. I'm trying to do the same thing like Pop did. You know, he's
no, you gotta understand Tupac. You can't use Tupac, bro. Listen, you can't use. I understand Tupac is heavily in the black community. I have no problem with Tupac. You can't use Tupac as a military example. You can't use that because once again he was compromised, right? He was compromised, so you can't use people like that, right? Once again, can't one man beat the system? That's what you got to understand. You can't, it's not one man. You're dealing with the system that has unlimited resources. Like Tupac, yes, he was shedding light on things, but it was people before Tupac that was speaking on those things. But what did we do as black? We wanted to pause. We wanted to pause it. We wanted the gangster rap. I'm old enough to remember when this gangster rap started coming into place, and it started destroying our communities along with crack. So what he was speaking out about the Illuminati, people had already been speaking on these things, bro. Black people at that. What's his name? Coakley, Steve Coakley. All these people that come, they had already been speaking about this stuff. But we gotta as us, we like poison. We like poison. We got to be real. We like poison. What's not good for us, a lot of us like it. So when someone come along with a different alternative, we don't like it. So you can't use Tupac as an example. I get it. I get it, bro. Tupac is the Scarface of the black community. I get it. But that's not a good example to use because for one, he's in entertainment business, which already a demonic business. You see what I'm saying? So these guys already sold and made deals, blood contract deals. You can't use these people. Yeah, a lot of some of them trying to wake up and put you on it, but they'd already signed these oaths. That's why they kill them. They already signed these blood oaths. So you can't use these people because they've been compromised. You know what I mean? If you want to use somebody, even with Christ, if you want to use Christ, look at Christ. Christ went through the same thing politically and everything. Why you think he was assassinated or crucified? Think about it. It was way bigger than him. And the people around him wanted him crucified, along with the Roman Catholic Church and the government. So that lets you know it's way bigger than just one person, bro. You got to remember that. It's way bigger than one person.
Well, I get we can agree, disagree that the label.
With Christ, all his day ones was family members. Like people know that. All of Christ's day ones was family members.
Right.
Keep that in your mind. You know what I'm saying? Because that's real.
Yeah. Well, we can agree. We could disagree that the label tried to kill Pac and all, which we know he was killed by a gang member for wanting to be down with the Bloods and all. Rappers get killed by the gangs every day, but the other stuff I agree.
Yeah.
But we black folks, we gotta learn to stay together, gotta love each other, stop going against our own. That's just something that I see every day, and it's sad. Even a lot of our black women are going against us. They hate us so bad. They hate heterosexual men. They want us gone to say, how many black babies they avoid and stuff like that. And statistics, they don't care about statistics. They don't care about none of that. They only care about getting the bag, possession materials, or all this other stupid shit. They never love this black man more than they love white Zach, more than they love black.
Yeah.
So I mean, all this killing us and stuff, all this killing stuff like that, we worse than the white supremacy. That ain't gonna solve nothing. How are we gonna unite? How are we gonna do any of this stuff if we killing ourselves off? A lot of us are getting deleted off the face of the earth every day. Me, black folks in the graveyard. How are we gonna unite? And there's barely any millions of black folks around the world. Billions. There's no more black folks in Chicago. Every black people is getting killed off in Chicago, man. It is just sad, man. That's what I'm worried about. That's why we go SYSBM and black pill and all this other stuff. That's why we separate ourselves from the black community. A lot of black men leaving black community because of these Keishas out here and stuff like that. I hate to say it, but a lot of these Keishas out here are our enemy. Even though a lot of people will take offense to that, but it's the truth. Look what they doing to us right now. They side with the white supremacy, side with the brag, getting on their side, trying to make us seem like we can't exist and stuff like that. It's just the same. It's the same.
Like the brother said earlier, it's the mindset. See, me personally, I don't let nobody tell me I'm inferior or can't go anywhere. Like, I lived in North Dakota. I've been to the whitest of the whitest place. Never had issue. Want to know why? Because I don't let no man make me feel inferior to anyone. I have a right here just like anyone else. That's my mindset. So with that being said, I don't acknowledge a white supremacy. I acknowledge a system that's enslaving all of us. That's what I'm saying. You got to change the mind. We have to change our mindset. It's still a separation of the color. If the white man is slaving you right now, he's enslaving everyone else. But the difference between us and everyone else is they'll fight for their liberation if we really enslave. See, we just do, not all of us, but we don't. We just do a lot of talking and complaining. If that's what it is, we will fight for our liberation. I don't mean grabbing no picket signs and going online and quoting stuff. I'm talking about if you really feel oppressed and you really feel that way, then guess what? The natural thing is to bear arms. The one that goes back to what I said. If you don't have those things in place, you can't. You don't have a leg to stand on because they have all these things in place, and they have done a great job at programming us to have an individual mindset. The black stay here, the white stay there, such and such, and he don't like me, I don't like him. They have done a great job at programming, brainwashing us to think this way. This is why they're able to get away with the things they get away. Now you got to ask yourself this question: what if everybody woke up and say, you know what, man, and we start comparing notes? You know what, man, they said this about you. Yeah, they said this about you. Just imagine we start comparing notes with one another, and then we go to the elephant in the room. Guess what's going to happen? Things will change overnight. But they know most of us, we're not going to do that, especially in America. We are programmed. We are too comfortable. We want our comfortability. We don't want to fight for nothing. You see what I'm saying? This is where we
Yeah,
at now. See what I'm saying? So they know
yeah,
this. This is why they're able, and they so sloppy with. They go to show you how much they think of you, and how they know how dumbed down we are. They doing this stuff so sloppy to where a kindergarten can see what's going on. This is how sloppy this stuff is. They're not hiding anything. Why? Because they know majority of people are not asleep. They're hibernating. If they can't go to their jobs, if they can't go to their home, lavish homes, they can't go to this, then it becomes a problem. They know this, so people would do anything for their comfort. They know this. When 2020, when they shut the world down, right, and people couldn't go to work, so people losing things, then they say, hey, you got to get this vaccine. People then wouldn't even fight for that. Well, I got to go to work. I got like these people know this, so they know majority of us gonna go for it. You know what I mean? We don't fight. That's the thing. We don't fight collectively. It's not one person. It's collectively. We have to come together because the game.
yeah,
That's how the game is played. Without us participating in the game can't be played. Can you play basketball can you play basketball with two people in the NBA game? No. No, you got to have five on each team. So the game can't be played. That's the simple as it is now. We got to get out of the mindset of the color. That's what we not understanding, the color. We keep looking at each other as the problem. We all not going to agree on everything, and you should want to agree with everybody on everything. But the thing is, at the end of the day, collectively, we come together for the common cause, and that's for our kids and grandkids, because these babies got to have a world and a country to live in. If we don't do that, then we failing our kids, bro. That's what I
yeah,
look. I don't have kids, but I look at the people come behind me. I have a niece, and I look at her, I'm like, man, I feel not sorry, but it kind of frightens me because I'm like, man, what kind of world are we leaving our kids and grandkids where they're able to program these young babies to think they're a girl when they really a boy, or vice versa. And we as people, we paying tax dollars, and the school system is bypassing and indoctrinating our kids, and we the ones paying for this. Think about that. We are paying through tax dollars. We are paying for these people to indoctrinate our kids, bro.
yeah,
People should take offense to that. Not just, really offense to that, because you're using my money to indoctrinate my kids. That right there is a slap in the face. Not only that, you using our money to bring millions of people in this country and set them up right. And within 10 years, these same people are going to be owning businesses and stuff and stuff. And now your kids and grandkids are going to be buying for them. People not paying attention. See, these women coming in having babies. So these cities, with their, like Biden said, when he made that statement about they better learn how to get along with these people, because they're going to be the majority, right? And they
yeah,
know exactly what they're doing. They're going to have babies. These babies are going to eventually become men. They're going to go to institutions, learn. They're going to get into political offices and stuff like that. So within 50 years or 30 or 40 years, these are the ones who are going to be controlling things.
And they
Simple
from
as that.
socialist, and they come from socialist
Exactly.
countries that will not respect the U.S. Constitution,
Right.
and
They don't.
that's what's important, so
And
that
what's sad?
now hold on. I want to say one thing.
All right.
Have y'all noticed how even the police forces is
Mm-hmm.
inundated with people that speak English like they just got out of their foreign tongue?
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
this is it's a dangerous situation. And about the Tupac thing, and I'm gonna leave that alone, man. It's dangerous following people that proclaim themselves generals that never was promoted to the
Mm-hmm.
position by real generals, by real war generals. You understand? And
Right.
that's just real. You put a rat in a maze, he just gonna run around till he dead and never get out. You put a cat in the maze, he gonna jump the fuck up out of there and go about his way.
Right.
And what people don't realize is quitting and leaving shit alone and walking away from it is even more powerful than talking about you gonna fight it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because like he said, they need you to invest your time, energy. Again, it's energy, currency, your time, energy, and money so that they can do the things that they're doing against
Right.
you. If you're not feeding
Mm-hmm.
into the system, they can't even do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like strategically, your best bet is just being quiet and walking away from it and doing your own thing in
Yes, sir.
privacy. They call it decentralization. You don't want to be connected to the central forces, the central shit that's working against you and eating you alive. It's a zombie apocalypse out here.
Yeah,
You
it
know what I'm
Right.
is.
saying? You wanna break away and decentralize and control what you can control and organically grow that. Then you can worry about connecting with other enclaves of people who showing their worth through trade. Like I might have a banana plantation. Man up the street
Mm-hmm.
might have an orange grove or and you know what I'm saying? We might come together as a group to go hunting for a
Mm-hmm.
whitetail or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be afraid of independence. Cause I'm gonna tell y'all, man, as a person that lives self-sufficiently, we do a lot of laughing, we do a lot of
Mm-hmm.
hunting and BSing, we do a lot of grilling, and we do a lot of corporate economics, helping each other out and helping each other get to the next level of life and succeed in life. And it's not a bad lifestyle. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
At all. You know what I'm saying? So and don't just forget all these compromised people. Every celebrity is compromised. They earn their big
Fact.
ass star when they sell out enough. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So it's like don't follow nobody that's put out here, you know what I'm saying, in by the media as a symbol or you know what I'm saying somebody to follow, man, because when you really dig into their life you realize that they just as confused as you and they just happen to have access to the media mouthpiece, and
That's the
that's it.
problem. That's really the problem. And I wish Plaza allows celebrities just stay out of politics, just keep doing them. But a lot of problems, a lot of people still follow listening to celebrities. And it's sad, man. They still go vote deep. These Democrats still go vote, keep messing up the country like they don't care. They don't care about morals. They don't care about making this country better. They don't care about shit. And they keep on putting all the blame on Trump, keep attacking his man instead of attacking Joe. What has Joe ever done for this country? What has he ever done? And she was like, I even thought the same thing my mom, but she's brainwashed by it too. She's in the 50s and stuff like stuff like that and stuff like that. I just ignore everything she says about Trump and stuff like that. It's just sad what our black community what the black community has come to, man.
Don't think emotionally, think strategic, right?
There you
Yeah.
go. There you
I
go. You
will
gotta
vote
get
for
out of
Trump,
emotion.
right? And it's not because I love Trump. You know what I'm
No,
saying? It's
you don't have
because,
to love Trump.
and I'm
No.
gonna tell you why I will vote for Trump. I will vote for Trump because strategically, that's the best bet right now. Kamala Harris has weaponized the
She's not.
system, has weaponized the system against us in many
Mhm.
ways. Look at her track record. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
She hasn't done anything for us. She not like us, no matter how she say and clown ass Taraji P. Henson,
Fuck
another
that big
celebrity.
witch.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, she not like us. She's nothing like us. She don't care
She's
about
not
us.
like us. She's
So
not
at
like
least, at
us.
least, at least put yourself in the position of where you got wiggling room to do all of these things that we talking about to be self-sufficient. Under a Trump
Right.
presidency, you don't got a lot of time to get yourselves together. Under a Trump presidency, he will buy you time. His last presidency bought you a lot of time. People wasted it.
Yep. You
Yeah.
sure
People
right.
wasted it.
Well,
It bought you
You're right.
he say about breaking crypto and stuff like that. Get the money dollar in the economy is gonna disappear. The old gold coins they're gonna invest all that into Bitcoin, into the
and that's
cryptocurrency. They're
good.
gonna.
And that's good. That's good. And you
But
need to know.
a
You
lot of
need,
black liberals are against it and stuff like that. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Fuck them.
right, because you
We
can't steal a crypto wallet as easy as you can steal
hold on.
printed
Keep on
money.
talking. I'm gonna go to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
But
like
nah, brother, you're right.
yeah, that's
You're
good.
right.
That's good that we decentralize and because you'll be able to go into your own enclave and produce value from whatever it is that you got to offer, and that's what's key. People not understanding we in a rich era right now. They don't understand
Right.
crypto at all, and
Yeah.
it's not what these liberals are saying it is. It's your opportunity to monetize anything that you got of value and then tokenize it and trade it on the market. That's
Right.
like what? You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why every Black Power situation, community, or whatever fell was because they couldn't get to that position of having their own money and small economies. You understand? And then
Yeah.
grow it. And like this is what people not understanding. Man, brother. I see so many. You know how many crypto communities are down here in Central America? The Germans been colonizing different areas in Central America since Operation Paperclip. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And it's like people don't understand the importance of being in a place where you and your people could possibly be stronger than the police. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And that's why these rural areas, these unincorporated areas, these zones where it's a lot of food, nature, all of those things, it's important to place and integrate yourself into these places because that stuff is going to become high value when everything is becoming genetically manipulated and
Right.
and altered. Yeah, and if you're in a place where you have access to real organic things, can you imagine
Hmm.
the value and the increase in value and the position that you putting yourself in? And it's people got to think long term. You know what I'm saying? And
No, you're right.
it's scary, but hey, I mean, it's always been scary.
Yeah,
Right.
about the project 25. What y'all think about that?
To be honest with you, man,
The
I don't
project
really care.
2025.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't care about that. Once again, if you don't feed into the system, it won't work. See, like the brother was just saying, becoming more independent, setting yourself up to be more independent, where you don't have to survive and thrive on this system.
Yeah,
That's what
worry
I'm
about
on. Because
worry about your projects and
yeah, I'm
initiatives.
not worried about their projects because their projects is no weapons formed against me is not going to prosper. That's how I live my life. So with that being said,
That's why I was
I'm
just
putting
started living
myself
my life.
yeah, I'm putting myself in a position where I'm becoming more independently sound because once again, like the brother said, the food, the water, all those things have been compromised, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you got a lot of unhealthy people dying younger than ever, and you
Well,
got to ask yourself why?
I'm
Why
young
people?
myself, and I'm still alive.
Yeah, I'm just saying, far as like younger people becoming more healthy than 50, 60 years ago, that wasn't a common thing. And that's all because of the metal that they spraying in the air and the stuff that they spraying in our vegetables and fruits, and then this processed meat that's been compromised. You see what I'm saying? Then the soil is not good. So that all
Yeah.
ties in into the pharmaceutical and the medical industry. All of those people work hand in hand. So the smartest thing you can do is become more independent to where you don't have to eat their food. You don't have to you do your own thing. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
you can't be a collective. And the key thing, the interesting thing about what the brother's saying is that you can't hold no collective together unless it's under the realm of self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm,
you
I'm
gotta
a,
respect the people you with because they have value in the community. You
what if
understand?
I'm
Not
with
just
y'all?
because you want to get together, not just because you want to meet up and greet up. It's like, you got to be offering something that we need as a community. I got to be offering something, and we got to be trading and interacting. And then my children marry your children. And that's how it really works, man. We so far disconnected from the realities of things. It ain't about
Yeah.
getting together in big ass groups and wearing the same clothes and marching and shouting stuff. That's the roots. That's not
Right.
how it works. How it
Yeah,
works
man.
is making sure that you stay valuable to your community and that you have something to offer. And then once your community gets strong enough, y'all start merging with other communities that's shown and proven
Bro,
their
Right.
value. You
I'm
know what
gonna
I'm
tell
saying?
you, if I wasn't a mega billion, if I wasn't a mega billion law for like 8 million, if $8 million, I'll probably do something for the community. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do if I really want it. Like, what should I invest in? I'm not really all that smart at things, but I could be smart at some things. I don't know how to invest. I don't know how to do. Like don't get me wrong. I'm gonna still do something for the community, but I just don't know what to do.
Do something for yourself first, bro, before you think about a community. You gotta self-preservation is first. You can't do nothing for nobody until you do something for yourself first. So arm yourself with knowledge and understanding first. Then you start to build. You
You
can't
can learn
build with no
anything on YouTube, brother. You don't even need. You can learn anything. All of these things you just drop. You can learn those things on YouTube very quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're
Yeah,
really ready to apply yourself. Now the question is, are you doing the right things nutritionally, mentally, physically, and
yeah.
spiritually so
I'm
that you can retain these things and survive? If not, you're gonna be purged. And that's just the reality.
Yeah,
Yep, that's true.
I'm trying to live a natural life and stuff like that. Positivity. It's so hard for me to live positivity. All this stuff going on. Very deep heart into politics and stuff like that. What's going on in the world? But I'm trying to live my life right. Trying to get. I eat healthy. On keto. Trying to get in the best shape. Trying to get my health straight and all stuff like that. So I think I'm on the
Yeah.
right path.
Yeah, good, good. And
I
Yoda,
might
Yoda,
not.
Yoda says there's no such thing as try, do. You know what I'm saying? Just so as much as you just keep doing it, brother, and you'll be
I'm
surprised in a few years what things will look like.
I'm not at to where I want to be now. I was thinking about getting the music business, but I'm far from that because I'm into other things, and I don't know what other things I'm into. Into yet of I have a I have a disability, learning disability, and stuff like that. I can't work nowhere because I ain't never had a job in my life. I guess it's
Mhm.
because of my way. I ain't never had a job ever since I graduated in 2011. Nobody will hire me because of my weight. I don't know. It's because I have a disability. I don't know. But yeah,
Create your own way, brother.
that's what I'm
Don't let
trying
what
to do.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
That's
Don't
what I'm
don't
trying to do.
let
If I
don't
win the
let your
lotto,
disability don't let your disabilities hinder you. You know what I'm saying? I sympathize with you because of your learning disabilities, but remember, at the end of the day, don't let that cripple you because you can still advance and grow out here. You know what I mean? It's like the brother said, it's left up to you. Inside, how much are you willing to learn and retain? A lot of the stuff like the politics and all those things, that's good, but right now you should go within and build self up spiritually, physically, mentally. Those are the things that each and every one of us should be doing, because those are the
Yeah,
things that's going to sustain you. So the music and all that, you can drop that. You know what I mean? Like focus on, go within. What passion do you have? It sounds like you have passion to help people. So if that's the case, then you get yourself
I
together where
want,
you're able to help people. Now remember,
I
you
want to,
can't help
I want
everybody.
to. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to help people, even if I want to spend talk a lot. I want to help. I want to help people. So I want to help people so badly. But how can I this? How can I do all the things that I was never taught? Nobody taught me all these things. I don't know what
Well,
to.
some of those, not to cut you off, brother. A lot of things you pick up along the way. I can use myself as an example. I come from a great home, meaning that I
Yeah,
had great parents. My father's passed on, my mom still, but my father was a guy that he didn't tell, he showed, right? So he led by example. You know what I mean? So a lot of stuff I learned from him by watching him and things of that nature. Then he had a structured discipline, right? So as I got out here in the world, I always had a mindset to where I want to grow and learn more. Now, parenting is you get them there. Your job is to learn more than what you've been taught and grow. That's how you grow. So when you out here, you start learning different things, two different things you need in order to build yourself up, and that's how you go. Like some people didn't have families, and that didn't stop them, or they didn't have a father. So with that being said, don't let that deter you or keep you or hinder you from going forward. Because at the end of the day, regardless you had a father to teach you or not, it's going to be your responsibility. You see what I'm saying? At the end of
yeah,
the day, it's going to be left up to you. Just imagine if you had a wife and children that was dependent on you. That would
yeah,
not fly because you have people dependent on you. So think like you have someone depending on you. So I got to learn this, and that's how you do it, and you will start growing. But it starts with self. Remember, you got to invest in yourself. You got to build self up before you go and trying to build anyone else up. You got to work on self first. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Work on self. That's all of us, including myself. You got to continue to work on self and grow. Nobody's is at that pinnacle where they can't grow. You learn every day. You got to have a mindset to learn. So don't let those things hinder you from growing and learning. You understand? Because it's at the end of the day, you are responsible for you,
yeah,
like as well as me or anyone else. So remember that. Don't let it stop you, bro. And connect with people that, like I say, like we said earlier, wherever area you at, things that you want to learn, start reaching out and connecting with people. That's in those fields that can, some of them hands on, that can teach you. Be surprised with what's awaiting for you. So just step
yeah,
out there, get out of the norm. A lot of us, we live in a box. We don't want to step outside the comfort, being uncomfortable. Well, sometimes you got to step out of that. That really not. Sometimes you have to come. You got to get out of your comfort zone in order to grow. You can't grow being comfortable. That's
yeah,
not how this works. So you want to get out of that and then reach out to people, and then remember everything's learning and growing is a sacrifice. So you're going to have to give up things in order to learn and grow. It just don't come where this. You're going to sacrifice in order to learn and grow. But at the end of the day, later on down the line, you will appreciate it more. It would be more beneficial to you. So don't let those things deter you, brother. Whatever
yeah.
you do.
I've been trying to do all these things, but the problem is, I've been living with my mom for like, I've been living with my mom for like 20 years. I'm not ashamed to say it on you and
Yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah, I've been living with my mom 20 years, been trying with my own stuff, but I still haven't gotten nowhere in life. I
yeah,
feel like my life's been wealth and stuff like that. I have a lot ups, I have a lot of down, but I'm still learning how to thrive. I'm still trying to be strong out here, man.
right.
But in life, I just don't know what to do, man.
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
a very well confused life.
Yeah. Well, you
I'm not
know
gonna
what?
lie.
Out of confusion comes the answer. So whether you know it or not, you're in a great position if you look at the bigger picture. Because out of confusion, you just look for the answers and the solutions. That's how you come about the awakening. No
Yeah,
man awakens through the good times. It comes through darkness and confusion. That's how you awake. So you're at a point now where you look for the solutions. And I think you're there right now. So you're not in a bad position, meaning, because that's how you grow. I was that same way, right? So you go through things, or I would say that's your awakening. Not this stuff they call it now, this woke stuff. I'm talking about your awakening where you're start awakening to the game of life and things. So it comes out of chaos, right? It comes out of confusion. Nobody has all the total answers, but you know, this is a starting point where the crossroad where you can find that's why I say you go within you, you search and you start searching for answers. It's not an overnight process. This is a process that you have to go through and must go through and be willing to grow through to learn, like that ancient proverbs say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You see what I'm saying? So you got to
yeah,
be ready, and a teacher will appear, but you got to be ready. Get yourself together. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So the excuses. Don't cut the excuses. Start saying, you know what? Yeah, I could say this, that, and that, but don't go off of that, because those are tricks of the enemy to keep you from going. See, the people don't understand how the enemy works. And I'm not talking about a pitchfork, a guy in a pitchfork. It's those fiery darts that we all of us constantly get. So now you got to arm yourself, right? The armor. So when those thoughts come up, well, you got to learn this order. No, I don't have to learn this order because there's other people coming for me. Done it. I'm going to do it. Start doing those affirmations. I am great. I am this. Tell yourself that all day. You'd be surprised how your thought process and things will start changing, because everything starts with the thought. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So
I
you
know.
start there. The mind, our greatest enemy is our mind, because most of us never conquer the mind. The mind is a hard thing to conquer because we've been programmed so much. So a lot of people don't know how to conquer the mind. So we let the mind just wander. You got to get a grip to your mind, your thoughts, filter your thoughts. All those things are a process that don't come overnight. You got to develop that, and you will be surprised how things start changing. And but you're at a spot now where you can say, I'm finna go. I'm not going left, right. I'm going left, because you're at that crossroad right now. You know what I mean? But don't let
Yeah,
what you going through hinder you. Use that as a tool. Use that as an inspiration to say, what, I'm finna go even further. Man, give you a brief history. Man, when I was growing up, man, people doubted me. Even teachers told my parents, my mom, and them that I wasn't gonna live to see 21. All of those things. You know what? For a long time, I believed that, because growing up, I grew up in a rough area in Houston, and I had lost some friends and stuff at early age. So I started believing it. All of a sudden, in 15, I was almost killed, right?
yeah,
So I started believing those things. So as when I got to 21, 22, I'm like, man, I'm still here. You know what I mean? And I never understood that I was under attack, because it's great things that I have to do on this planet, right?
yeah,
So I start breaking those mental bondage chains, right? And then once I start doing that, and when I start seeing a bigger picture, man, and it takes a process. Now, this ain't I'm a year in this. I'm years into this. So that's why I'm telling you from experience, bro. You can break those chains, because all it is chain bondage chain that the enemy uses along through this programming system, and you can break those things. It's left up to you, and and,
yeah,
and you own it. You say, I'm going
yeah,
to break them. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to break them, but everything you don't. It comes with the price. Book of Proverbs say, buy the truth and never sell it. So you gotta, some things, the truth and everything comes with a price. You gotta be willing to pay for it. Whether it's your time, you gotta be willing to pay for it, bro. So let those things be a stepping stone for you. So now you can say, I got a testimony, man. They say I was disabled, this and that, but look where I'm at now. You know, I'm not talking about monetary. I'm talking about let your experience be your life be an experience for someone else to see. That's how
Yeah,
you wake people up. That's how you awake people, because people see where you come from and where you at. Like, man, I remember this brother was here, so that means I can do it. This is how we should live. That's how we should be examples for one
yeah,
another. Not just telling you something and I'm not doing it. That means that's what we used to. But if I'm living it and have mastered something and you've seen it, well, guess what? If I can do it, you can do it. But it comes back to, are you willing to pay the price for it? Because it comes with the price.
yeah. I'm trying, man. I'm trying every day. I'm trying every day, but I just don't know solutions on what I should do in my life, man. I just don't know. Even though I'm 31 years old, man, yeah, I'm still having one time what to do with myself.
Hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes I see like there's no hope for me at all, man.
But look, yeah, no, but see, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. The words you're using, you're speaking that into your life. Because remember, words are energy. So the things you're saying, sometimes I understand you may be in a situation where you are, but it starts with the mind. You gotta get out of the being the victim or saying, hey, what me, poor me. You gotta get out of that. You gotta dig yourself out of that hole. And it starts with your thinking. You get started with your thinking. Just do simple things. I'm telling you. Start saying, I am great. I am great. I am successful. I am prosperous. I am healthy. Start saying those things. I am mentally sound. Start saying these things. Even if you don't even believe it at that time, start saying those things, right? So now you're starting to speak positive. You're putting positive energy out. So now those things can start manifesting along with you doing the work, but you can't keep putting negative things out and expect to get a different outcome. That's not how that works. If you saying
Like,
I'm going to die, 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 guess what's going to happen? You're going to die because you're putting those things out. So now the universe is no, like Bob said, God no respect for person. The universe no respect of person. So now guess what? It's going to honor what you're saying. That's why you got to be careful what you say. So start putting the positive, the negative, replace that with the positive, bro. Start there. It's as simple as that. Change your
yeah,
mindset. You got to change that because if you don't, nothing is going to change. I don't care what you do. It starts with the mind. That's why they work heavily on programming the mind as a child. They grab us at an early age because the mind is the gateway to the soul, the consciousness. They know if they can control the mind, they got the spirit and the soul. This is how they break us, bro. It
yeah,
starts with the mind. Everything starts with the mind, not your will. Everything's connected to the mind. Your willpower, everything's connected with the mind. So if they can put in you, you're not going to amount to nothing, and you this and that, and you believe it, and you don't have the mind, you don't develop your mind and start changing your thought process. Guess what? You're proving those people right. So you got to break that cycle and start speaking positive, start speaking life. The power of life and death is in the power of the tongue, bro.
yeah.
You know, not it's in the power. So the thoughts manifest the word. So you got to start putting that positive out, fam.
Like, I don't
Remember
like to
that.
lie. I don't like to lie about myself. I like to be real and honest. I don't like to be a fake person. I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm not fake. I'm not fake though. I speak what's real from my heart of what I think of what I feel and stuff like that. I can speak positive. I can speak negative that comes along with it, even though people don't like it. I just like to be real myself and not fake it.
That's not being real with you. That's not being real with yourself. That's fine. You're supposed to be honest with yourself. But what you're saying is you keep stating that I don't know what I'm going to do in my life, and I don't know this and that. You're putting out the negative, and it sounds like you've been doing it for a long time. So now your mind is conditioned to thinking these things. You got to understand. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. Everything starts with the change of the mind, right? The renewing of
Yeah,
the mind is the renewing of the spirit. So you got to renew the mind. How do you renew the mind? You got to change your mind, the way you think. If you don't change that, nothing else is going to change for you. It's going to get worse, actually. People don't understand it because they think you could just utter anything out of your mouth and stuff because we are led by feelings and emotions. But you got to learn how to put those things in place. Some certain things you might want to say, you don't want to say it because you can't take those words back. Whatever you put out there, you can't take it back. Remember that. So if you say I ain't shit, right? So that means you can't take that back. You to put that out there. If you put that out plenty of times, guess what that's going to do? It's going to work against you. So you have to remember that. It's not being honest. You being honest. You don't have to, you know what I mean? That's fine. Everybody have to be honest with themselves. But at the end of the day, you got to change your mindset, bro. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you got to remember this. The world don't care. It's left up to you. The world don't care what conditions you have. They don't care about that. As harsh as it may sound, but it's the truth. You have to do for yourself first. Remember that. Do for yourself first. Arm yourself first with the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding. Arm yourself. Build yourself up first. The world don't care. To be honest with you, they don't care.
Man.
So remember that, bro. All right, so man, I'm finna.
It's been nice talking to y'all. Hey, let me introduce myself, man. My name is Janaja Mikhail Batard. Even though I changed my channel because someone was an enemy you don't want to know. You know, she don't like what people say, so she go around flagging other people's channels. You know, YouTube go around terminating channels every day. Be careful, they might terminate your channel, man. That's why I tell people to come over to Rumble because they don't censor you there. You can say whatever you want and you get monetized off your channel, monetized on your channel what you say. You can say whatever you want over there at Rumble. It's not like YouTube.
Right. Well, brother, nice talk to you. My name Derek. Just remember what I said,
nice
man.
To meet you, Derek. Nice to meet all y'all. Angie, keep doing your thing. Keep prospering stuff. Keep prospering stuff like that. Keep on doing what you do. I'm still root for you and all that. It was been a pleasure. It's been an honor to talk to y'all, man. I learned so much from y'all, man. All right, peace, one love, bro.
Okay.